What's up, everybody? Peace, peace, peace. All right, so look, we're going to get right to it. No music, no intro. Let's get to it. We're going to hit these StreamYards real quick, jump on those, and then we're going to get into the thing. Then I'm going to open the panel up. I want to give us more time to build. Like I said, I want to stay within an hour and a half to 2 hours of presentation, and then I want to get into the build amongst the people. All right. So here we go.
So we talk all the time about this is castor oil. So what I have in this jar is castor oil and cayenne pepper. And this infusion is great for pain. This is a great muscle rub if you have an ache or pain or something, arthritis, if you replace joints or something, all these good things that we don't like to go through in life as we age, especially. Infuse you some castor oil and cayenne pepper. And when you want to use it, just get a little bit and rub it where you need it. This stuff is amazing and it's all natural. We know God provided us with everything we need to survive, be healthy, and be well. Sometimes we do need medicine. A lot of the times, 99% of the times, we just need God's medicine. So we got to learn to trust his work. How to use it and when to use it. But please do your own research into cayenne castor oil infusion. This is better than Tiger Balm, Icy Hot, or any of that junk because it's loaded with junk. Save yourself, infuse your own oil. This is Heritage Store castor oil. I'll link it down in the comments, and cayenne pepper. Follow us for more. We will have these conversations a little more, but definitely do your own research. Have a blessed day.
Hey, Chris, why do we use galvanized steel instead of copper in the ground line for the electrical systems?
The conductor line that's in the soil, that's because we're applying inductance, the laws of inductance to get potential difference or power supply for the biology in the soil. And that requires a metal with high magnetic permeability. Copper is diamagnetic. We're using galvanized steel that's ferromagnetic. That high magnetic permeability allows for a greater magnetic field strength value. That higher value is part of the recipe for higher potential of inductive current or inductance potential. That gives us more voltage or potential difference in the soil to give life force to the soil microbes and to power the biology, the constantly changing and evolving soil minerals and elements that go through octaves of expression. They're not static. They just require a power supply to express their full potential of life.
Hey, Chris.
And ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
You can't take
Ain't nothing y'all can do about it. Ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
How much land you buy here?
How about 5 acres, sir?
5
the
acres?
whole 5 acres.
Yeah, I know exactly where it goes.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Right by point. Right. Yeah, me too. Me and you ain't got no business arguing about my land, sir.
Okay.
What you can do is argue with somebody about your land. I paid every dime of this 5 acres. Yeah. I paid for this. My money. I
You
worked.
got me video cord?
Yes, sir.
Well, hey, how you doing, Mr. Cameraman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know,
and let me let you know. Let me let you know. We don't got no business talking.
Well, just let
you
me
talk
let
to my
you
attorney.
know.
You talk to my attorney.
My law,
when my attorney send the letters out after the survey to the church, and the county is either coming to tear this building down or move it, you and the rest of y'all are not welcome. You can rent it. You can rent out a spot where your family is buried at, or you could buy it. It's $30,000 for that area.
I tell you what I do, buddy. I just get the law down here.
You do that. I got my paperwork ready for them. I am. I'm blessed. I'm really blessed. I'm really blessed with plenty of money and a lawyer too. Me too. But you don't own this land though. You don't own this land. You own behind it. Get the fuck off my land. I said, get off my land. I didn't stutter. I said, get off my land.
I ain't on your land.
Okay, I'm about to bag out. Get the fuck off my land.
I ain't on your land.
All right, stay there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Don't move. I'm gonna run right into that motherfucker. Stay right there. And ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
You can't take.
Ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
Education and advocacy. I'm Ronald Lee King, showing you exactly how a regular person files a federal civil rights lawsuit against corrupt law enforcement. What you're seeing, the JS-44 civil cover sheet. Every civil case in America starts here. I fill this out pro se, no attorney, just me, a brother from Trenton who spent 14 months unlawfully detained while prosecutors hid lab results proving no drugs were ever found. The IFP motion, informa pauperis. This is how you file when you're homeless and the system stole everything. The court waives the $402 filing fee because they know you can't pay after they destroyed your life. The complaint, 16 counts, 12 defendants, false arrest, coerced statements, ineffective counsel, Brady violations, official misconduct, every constitutional amendment they violated, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 14th, documented with case law and facts. The exhibit index, body cam proving the K9 never alerted, lab report showing no CDS, IA documents exposing the cover-up, fax receipts proving my own lawyer abandoned me. I did this not just for me, but to show you that when the system breaks you, you break back through the same system. Knowledge is ammunition. Documentation is power. Hashtag The King's Take is about arming our community with both. This is civil rights education in real time. Stop asking for justice. Start demanding it through the courts they thought you'd never access. Follow the blueprint. Build your case. File your truth. Civil rights.
We're going to come back to that. So, that one I should have saved for last, but I didn't. But we are going to come back to that. So, I'm going to take it all the way to the end. Boom. And we will come back to that. So everything we're talking about. Algorithm is flowing, ain't it? It's like, hey, Coach talking about these things now, everything is being plopped up on that. So I guess we might be doing a little something.
You're telling me that the electrician who goes to work every day and clocks in and works his butt off and tries to earn just enough to be able to, make his rent, maybe have a kid or two, put food on the table, his tax money is being used to buy other people luxury items, cars, yachts, whatever else, and is going to fund terrorism and child trafficking?
Yes, sir.
$1 trillion a year on this stuff?
$115 million an hour.
$115 million an hour. How do they get their hands on it? What are we talking about here? Trends, national organizations, criminal networks? How do they get their hands on this money?
They take advantage of antiquated government systems and processes. They go into programs that they know elected and appointed officials won't touch, and they can steal at scale. they learned a really valuable lesson. Government never runs out of money, and the probability of getting caught is virtually zero.
Now, why is this important? Remember what we was talking about yesterday? If you weren't here on the live, you caught it yesterday. I liked for the fact that, it was 40 pretty much in and out, listen live. But then within a few hour or two, it jumped to 70. So people looking at it, appreciate you guys. What's up with it? Get back Firekeeper. Did you check your email? All right. I'm going to put the link in the chat pretty soon. I just want to go through this, and then I'm going to do my presentation. Hold me to that 90 minutes. I need to be done in 90. Once I do the presentation, 90 minutes, not this. But we're going to come back to this too as well. All right. So let me take this. And let me move this over to the back. Bam. All right, let's continue.
Remember my name?
No,
I remembered your name.
This is Susan Bassey. In California, we can record police officers on the street and in our public meetings just about anywhere they're doing their job. But the one place we can't record them is in our family courthouses and courtrooms, because there cameras have been outlawed. And recently, the courts haven't been providing court reporters because they've all gone into private judging or retired. And as the judges continue to send millions of dollars to attorneys acting as minors' counsel, claiming we can't afford court reporters, there has been a court reporter shortage such that all of the divorce cases, child custody, and domestic violence cases where somebody can't afford to pay $1,200 for a court reporter and a transcript are not being historically documented. So we're reporting on this court reporter crisis and what it means for everybody, because when your hearings aren't historically recorded, no reporter can report on what's going on inside those courtrooms.
On this case with Justice Lee from the 6th District Court of Appeal.
Good morning. The California judicial system is in crisis, and our most vulnerable civil litigants are paying an intolerable price for it. We are here today because a severe shortage of court reporters has left our superior courts unable to provide verbatim recording for thousands of hearings every day in civil, family, and probate cases. Electronic recording is a simple alternative that is readily available and broadly used in our courts for other kinds of cases. Each of the respondents here has electronic recording equipment widely installed in its courtrooms. But
What do we do about the government code provision that prohibits electronic recording?
The Chief Justice of California could order cameras turned on in every courtroom in the state, and she just hasn't bothered to do so for 3 years.
You don't remember my name?
No,
I remembered your name.
Listen, my name is Amir. I'm gonna give you a quick gem about financing a car that you probably did not know. When you walk into that dealership and you see all those beautiful, nice cars, right? Those have already been financed by the dealership, right? They bought those cars on a floor plan. What's a floor plan? A floor plan is essentially like the dealership going to the bank and saying, let me get a line of credit for $1 million so that I can buy some cars to flip, resell. So yes, you heard that right. When you walk into that dealership, those cars already have a debt on them. The dealership owes a bank on those cars, which means the dealership is the principal debtor. And that means when you walk in there, you are paying off the debt of the principal debtor, which is the dealership. Change your mindset. So like we always discuss doing suretyship, if you are the surety and you're paying off the debt of the principal, you're entitled to reimbursement of the check, or chattels. It's the same thing when financing a car. You'll need to talk to the underwriter and express suretyship in order to get remedy in this situation. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Equity considers as done what should have already been done. That's the equity maximum for equitable subrogation under suretyship.
We're going to play that again. Let me look in the chat real quick. Pharaoh's daddy, appreciate you being here. 11. Hopefully you hit that like button. Hit the share out. You know what I'm saying? Draco, what it do, my brother? Football as well with the family. You know what I mean? We're going to play that again. We're going to play that again. All right? Listen closely. I'm going back on mute. If I pause it, that means let that register. All right? Let that register. Yeah. Wowzers, ain't it?
Listen, my name is Amir. I'm going to give you a quick gem about financing a car that you probably did not know. When you walk into that dealership and you see all those beautiful, nice cars, right? Those have already been financed by the dealership, right? They bought those cars on a floor plan. Was it a floor plan? A floor plan is essentially like the dealership going to the bank and saying, let me get a line of credit for $1 million so that I can buy some cars to flip, resell. So yes, you heard that right. When you walk into that dealership, those cars already have a debt on them. The dealership owes a bank on those cars, which means the dealership is the principal debtor. And that means when you walk in there, you are paying off the debt of the principal debtor, which is the dealership. Change your mindset. So, like we always discuss during suretyship, if you are the surety and you're paying off the debt of the principal, you're entitled to reimbursement of the check or chattels. It's the same thing when financing a car. You'll need to talk to the underwriter and express suretyship in order to get remedy in this situation. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Equity considers as done what should have already been done. That's the equity maximum for equitable subrogation under suretyship. Listen, my name is going to be an overnight thing. Equity considers as done what should have already been done. That's
a maxims of law. Equity is what was done, which already should be done. Something like that. This right here is Boss Hog. What's up, nonetheless? Shout out to None Your Business. She shot me this. That's Boss Hog right there. Listen. We're going to talk about that. But listen. Let it register.
equity maximum for equitable subrogation under suretyship.
Let's hear that again.
For equitable subrogation under suretyship.
Equitable subrogation under suretyship. All right. While y'all typing that in, let me put it in there in the chat. Equitable subrogation under suretyship. It's why I tell people all the time, I don't mind being a surety because I know I'm going to get a what? A refund. Going to be able to recoup those monies. Indeed, I am. Indeed. All right. Last one. This sister has some nice gems. I ain't talking about on the body. I'm talking about what's about to come out of her mouth. Calm down, men. Calm down.
Stocks represent ownership in a company. A bond is a loan you give to a government or a company. ETF are exchange traded funds. They're a basket of investments that you trade like stock. Mutual funds is a professionally managed pool of money. A future is a contract to buy or sell an asset at a certain price in the future. ADRs, American Depository Receipts. ADRs allow Americans to buy foreign company stock on U.S. exchanges. Real estate trust. I love a real estate trust. This is when you own income producing real estate. MLPs. We at 8. It's a master limited partnership. It's a energy infrastructure partnership, like for oil or stocks represent ownership in a company.
So, you got that? Gems. Nice, good gems. So those things are very important. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this thing started with this dang on Instagram because they only give me an hour. So I want to make sure I get this in, start that live, and then we're going to get into some action in regards to these things, right? So I'm going to go straight to these videos that I showed. We're going to jump over, and then we'll be able to take the notes and make it happen, okay? So let me go over here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, man. As a matter of fact. All right, hold on. Let me play the music real quick. Let me get this thing up. Let me get this thing up. What I do. All right, so got that straight. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back here. Oh, dude, what's happening, man? Now your business. Just played your chats. We're gonna come back to these lives that you sent, these streams that you sent me. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna talk about this one. No, we're gonna say that for last. Yeah, let's start here. All right, let's start here. Let's start here. We're gonna take it frame by frame, and make it work. Make it work. All right. So look. All right. So this guy's talking about suretyship. Let's start it over from the top.
Listen, my name is Amir. I'm gonna give you a quick gem about financing a car that you probably did not know. When you walk into that dealership and you see all those beautiful, nice cars, right? Those have already been financed by the dealership, right? They bought those cars on a floor plan. What's a floor plan? A floor plan is essentially like the dealership going to the bank and saying, let me get a line of credit for $1 million so that I can buy some cars to flip, resell. So yes, you heard that right. When you walk into that dealership, those cars already have a debt on them. The dealership owes a bank on those cars, which means the dealership is the principal debtor.
Now, you can actually go to the bank, and what they will call this line of credit, they will call it a equipment loan. And in a equipment loan, you can actually get an approval for a fleet of cars, which you call a fleet as well. So in these fleets of different cars that you might get, you get it up under that. Now he's calling it advanced suretyship financing. Now this is a whole nother thing, but like say if you got a company, you can actually get a fleet of cars under an equipment loan. So under that equipment loan, you can get a bunch of cars. Now, if you got a place where you could put them, then you can actually sell them. As well. Now, the main aspect of what brother's talking about is what you call suretyship, right? And suretyship, people always want to run from suretyship. Now, in that suretyship, you can occupy both positions in the suretyship. So, being a surety, you have rights for recoupment. A couple words that you can actually utilize: recoupment, refund, like he said, reimbursement, based on the fact that you're actually coming in as the creditor, paying off their loan. Now, this goes across the board. I mean, even mortgages, but it's a lot more complicated than that in the mortgages, because the dealership is actually so-called selling you something, selling you the automobile. In the house situation, you're actually buying a house for somebody else. But in that sense, the bank is acting like they're paying for the house for you. Now, we can talk about hold on. We could talk about all the details and the complications of what he's talking about, but let's keep it simple. You already know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my Black's Law so you guys can understand what these words mean. All right. Let's pull it up. All right. Now, let's finish listening to this young man and let's get it going.
And that means when you walk in there, you are paying off the debt of the principal debtor, which is the dealership. Change your mindset. So, like we always discuss during suretyship, if you are the surety and you're paying off the debt of the principal, you're entitled to reimbursement of the check or chattels. It's the same thing when financing a car. You'll need to talk to the underwriter and express suretyship in order to get remedy in this situation. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Equity considers as done what should have already been done. That's the equity maximum for equitable subrogation under suretyship.
So let's go here. Stop screen. I'm gonna share my entire screen now. We're gonna come over here. Let's look up what suretyship means. All right, screen sharing. Let's come down here to surety. All right, so when you're dealing with suretyship, usually, you know, how people talk about it is you don't want to be the surety. You don't want to be the surety at all. But if there is an outstanding debt, let's say people went to the Fed window or they went to the bank, which is the Fed window, and all the banks, these so-called financial institutions are places where they are brokering deals between me and the Treasury, me and the Federal Reserve, right? Because the Federal Reserve under this system, the Federal Reserve and the Treasury are the only ones that are to issue out funds. Let's just use the word funds, or what you would consider to be money. So if the bank, well, if ABC car lot goes to the bank and says, I need a loan, think about it the same way that we receive a alleged loan. But technically, these corporations are actually receiving loans, right? Because they're receiving loans to flip, right? They're receiving loans to sell something to the public. That's how they're going to be making their money back. That's how they're paying off their debt. Now, what they do in return is they flip a whole nother contract, not for you to be the surety, only the surety, but also be the debtor. So not only are you paying back the face value, the principal amount of what that car is of $40,000, you're also paying interest and you're paying brokerage fees. So you see how they wore both, they're wearing two hats. All right. All right, so here's surety. Let's go with surety first. Then we'll go over to suretyship. Surety, one who undertakes to pay money or to do any other act in event that his principal fails therein. One who undertakes to pay money or to do any other act in event that his principal fails therein. One bound with his principal for the payment of a sum of money or for the performance of some duty or promise, and who is entitled to be indemnified by someone who ought to have paid or performed if payment or performance be enforced against him. Now, this is the shift. They make an offer in the public. We need people to buy these cars. We need sureties to come in to pay off our debts. Right? The collateral that they have is the automobile. So if they don't pay the principal amount back with any interest, guess what? They come shut down their car lot. Now, in that last sentence, the last sentence of that paragraph that I read, that's them getting you to pay it. So it says entitled to be indemnified by someone who ought to have paid or performed if payment or performance be enforced against him. This is why we got to look at these documents, right? We got to look at everything and read it all the way through. What they also do is they also create a trust, or what you would call some type of stock, like the sister was talking about when she lists those 8 different type of investments. The underwriter, correct? The underwriter, as the guy mentioned, is the investor. What he does is he takes those, bundle them up, and then put it in a pooling account. That pooling account then is slid up under some form of a trust, a stock, and a symbol. And then they're able to get rent off that. So all of those different type of things she named off are all pretty much running parallel with each other. Okay. Now, let's go over the suretyship contract. Contract of suretyship. Contract whereby one party engages to be answerable for debt. All right. Now, listen, remember what the young brother was saying. Right on point. Contract whereby one party engages to be answerable for debt. So when you get the application, you come fill out that so-called loan application, financing, or whatever they want to call it. You actually fill that application out. That application is a letter of credit that was just transferred over to them. They take that letter of credit and then they send it to the loan originator, who actually then works with the underwriter. Payment. All of the credit reports, and I need to see your credit score, I need your social, all of that is to get access to those accounts. Now, what the brother is missing on the other end is that there's actually 3 things that are happening at this time. There's like 3 escrows opening up, 3 of them. There's a creditor debtor escrow, there's an investment escrow, and there's a party-to-party escrow. So once the letter of credit or the application, or what you consider to be the note, the negotiable instrument, once that transfers over to them, once you endorse it, whether you endorse it in blank or specially endorse it, it is paid. That escrow closes. Now, the investment or the investor escrow is that underwriter, that investor. That investor now is connected to the Federal Reserve Bank and the Treasury. This is why you can actually go look that stuff up and actually find the serial number, or what you would consider to be the account number for that transaction, and you can actually find it in certain places. On top of that, you can actually find the investment, the ticker symbol, and there's other identifying numbers. You can find that. Now, as we continue reading, I'm going to go back to the top. Contract whereby one party engages to be answerable for debt, default, or miscarriage of another, and arises when one is liable to pay debt or discharge obligation. And party is entitled to indemnity from person who should have made the payment in the first instance, before surety was so compelled. Now, compelled. Look up 42 USC section 408. 42 United States Code 408, section 7, 8, and 9. It talks about compelling the issuance of a Social Security number. Okay, so we got compel right there. So what's actually being done at this time is this is where the failure to disclose, You have constructive fraud, actual fraud, deceptive practices. Because if I'm going to be the surety, if I'm paying your debt, if you tell me this is what's happening, I'm the surety. I'm bringing you in to be surety to pay off my debts, and I need you after this to go to the underwriter so that way you can get your reimbursement of that amount, that $40,000 after it's all done. So now you take care of me, I take care of you, you get the thing, and you get the reimbursement of the funds. This is suretyship. You can also look up what is called Standard Form 28. Standard Form 28 is a GSA form that is titled Affidavit of Individual Surety. So in this breakdown right here, you are supposed to be, I am supposed to be, we are supposed to be indemnified from the auto place or the bank or the financial institution. We are to be indemnified from them based on the fact that they were supposed to make the payment in the first instance before they even brought me in here. Surety, right? So you have recourse. You have what? Reparations. You have restitution in that single instance. The reparations is what? $40,000 coming back to me. On top of that, I can still do a 1099 interest income, a 1099A of anything else that they might do in the meantime. Now, if you get in on the front end, right, based on what the brother said and based on this contract, this surety contract, if you get in, let's say they have those three accounts set up, right? They got all three escrows set up: investment, creditor, debtor, and an initial one. I get $40,000 on the initial, and the investment, well, how much you getting? Okay, so it's 4.5% APR on that. So that's what? That's let's say 4%. Let's make it a round number. So 1% of 40,000 is 400. You multiply that times 4, that's $1,600. So you got a 4% APR at $40,000. So 1% is 400, 2% is 800, 3% is 1,200, 4% is 1,600. So you take that 1,600 and you divide it by 12. You take that 12, that's 1, carry the 1 down here, 12. You got the 4 going around to 4, that's 40. Then you go with the 3, that's actually 3, that's 36. Add another 4, that's $133 a month that you will be paying on 4%. So it's supposed to be paying $1,600 a year. And then you pay $133 a month. So if you're paying $133 a month plus any other fees or anything else that's going in the escrow, all right, where's mine at? I don't mind. Let's get it. What you're going to do is you're going to indemnify me, though, for me taking on as surety for this contract. Listen to me. Am I talking too fast? Listen to me closely. If I understand all this, boom, you're going to give me that $40,000 back. And guess what? That $40,000, I need it right now. Cut the check. This is where taxes come in. This is where the Treasury comes in this matter, because they were loaned that. Once you pay the $40,000 as surety with that note, they are to cut you the check. This is why this one old man said, I'm supposed to get the pair of pants and the dollar. So if a pair of pants costs $1 and I give them, and I come in as surety for that because they took out a loan for those pair of pants for $10 and I get 10 pair, that's $1 a pair. I'm supposed to go in and get the pair of pants and the dollar as surety to pay back. They went over there and got that loan just like they got the loan for the cars. Listen closely. So good job, brother. Good job. Now, let's get out of there. We're going to stay right there with it. We're going to stay right there. We ain't going to go too far. But this is a surety. Now, when you also get into surety, and I need to finish off with this. When I said a pair of pants for $1, $10 10 pair of pants, $1 each. I'm supposed to get the pair of pants and $1, right? This goes back, and I showed these videos where these people been saying what I've been saying. And remember, we got the white boy kryptonite is coming out their mouths. So if I know for a fact that they pretty much held back the gold and silver, right? They held back the gold and silver. Remember the bank barons at that time. Remember Bonnie and Clyde and all the people who was breaking into the banks and stealing all that gold. See, they made it into a romance novel. You know what I'm saying? In a movie. But this is why they were doing it, and this is where they was doing it for. Because the question would be, how are you stealing all this gold and you sleeping in your car with missing teeth and dirty? You dig? Now, once all the gold was held back, they was breaking into them vaults. That was how they was able to do what they need to do. Yep. So once they did that, then once they held everything back, then everything crashed from that point. Here comes the New Deal. Here comes Franklin Roosevelt with the New Deal. Here comes his executive order, right? His executive order. And as we looked over the other day, his executive order was what? His executive order, right? Executive order. His executive order was the forbidding of gold, the hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates. But it was only pertained to what we looked up yesterday was United States by the continental United States by individuals, partnerships, associations, and corporations, right? Remember Title 26, right? 7104. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Did I pull it up? Boom, 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 boom. Title 26. Title 26, 7104. Where'd it go? Oh, there it go, right there. Oh, 70. There it is. What does it say right here? This is Title 26, 7701, definitions. Title 26 is Internal Revenue Code, right? That's where it's codified at. It says right here, what is a person? A person is who? An individual, trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation. Are we in the ballpark? Are we in the ballpark? And there it is, right there. All right. This was the other flim flam that took place. So it only dealt with individuals, right? So there's another code in here in Title 26 where you can see who is considered to be an employee as well. How did this trickle down into the other places? And this is what they're talking about when these people were talking yesterday, when I was showing what they was talking about yesterday and the day before about what happened with the whole change up of things. They did that in order to trickle it down and to bankrupt us as well. We talking about us meaning indigenous people because we was outside the system, contrary to what people might believe. That's why you've seen in those old movies and those history channels about the Great Depression and all that stuff, none but white people on the streets. And you can actually see black people walking down the street with no problem. So now, when we get into what the Fed is, right? When we get into what the Fed is, got the Fed. Hold on, let me close that out. Let's go to the Fed. What is the Fed? Let's come up here. Straight up, right here. Here's the Fed. Federal Reserve. What is the Fed and what and who is the Fed? The Federal Reserve is the central banking system of the United States, established by Congress in 1913. But wait a minute, the Great Depression happened in 1929. The Great Depression happened in 1929. But the Fed was supposed to have been done in 1913. What are we dealing with here? So I digress off that. But when you get into the main system of what we're dealing with today, right? This is where you have the Fed, you got the Treasury that work together. You have the Internal Revenue Service that came in under the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank as a third-party debt collector for the IMF and the World Bank, who actually supposed to be working for the Crown. All right. What also people believe is the 13 families, the nobility. You dig? So once all that happened, once all debts were removed, right? Once all debts were removed, you come down, you will actually look at the entire system of how they started working. But then when you come into 18 USC section 8, hold on. 18 USC section 8, title 18, 1 through 275. Right, we go to obligations or other security of the United States defined. So 18 USC obligation or other security of the United States defined. The term obligation or other security of the United States includes all bonds, certificate of indebtedness, national bank currency, Federal Reserve notes, Federal Reserve bank notes, coupons, United States notes, Treasury notes, gold certificates. Should I keep going? So the obligation of the United States is to pay all debts dollar for dollar. We ain't gonna go jump all the way into HJR 192, but what we can do is we can go look at this right here, right? I'll just hit the back button so we can go 31 USC 5118. So that way you know the brother ain't lying. I know he's giving you some quick spiel, and that gets you to come back and listen to him again. But this is where we're going into, right? So just to expand on what the brother talking about. Okay. 5118. A2. Right? A2. In this section, it says gold clauses and consent to sue. Public debt obligation means a domestic obligation issued or guaranteed by the United States government to repay money or interest. Got it? So what he's saying is being the surety, you coming in, right? You coming in within these things. That's why they always ask if you're a United States citizen, right? And if you got a social security number and you got a birth certificate, you do have instruments that are considered to be a United States citizen. And you are to be the surety of that. As the surety, you also occupy the other position as the beneficiary, or this. That's what the Sister K Trust is about. You occupy all three positions when you become full age. You are the grantor, the grantee, and the beneficiary, or the trustor or the trustee and the beneficiary, or the bailor, the bailee, and the beneficiary. You occupy all three of those positions. Why? Because everything has already been prepaid. What this brother hasn't said is that based on what he just said, what he didn't end off with is everything has already been prepaid. Prepaid. If this company that is created on a piece of paper and an idea, and they go to the bank and say, I need a line of credit for about 100 fleet of cars, so I can get those and flip them. What money did he put up? What money did they put up who put the business together? What money did they put up? None. The collateral is the thing. The collateral is the security and the guarantee of the United States. Based on the instruments that already been put out in the form of what you would consider to be a United States citizen or some type of instrumentality of the United States. All right. There we go. Now, when we come down to D2, it says an obligation issue containing a gold clause or governed by a gold clause is discharged on payment dollar for dollar in United States coin or currency that is legal tender at the time of payment. Okay. So remember, application, that's the note. Endorsement of the note. On top of that, you have a pooling and service agreement. We're talking about automobiles at this point. You sign that too as well, is to pay it back with interest over 3 to 5 years. That makes it a what? That gives it a maturity date. That makes it a security. That's getting interest over time. But if you get on the front end of it, you say, hey, indemnify me. If you're telling me that the only way to get this done is I give you my social, my ID, my information, all that is supposed to be private under the Privacy Act. All that's supposed to be private. And you're not telling me, and if there's other things that I need to know and you're not with disclosing to me, you can't hold me liable for that. Deal? Deal. I'm signing that. All right. Now, we have, yep, that's right. All debts belong to the United States. Now let's get to that one. Where was I at on that? How long did that take me? How long did that take me? Did that take me long? That was too long, wasn't it? All right, let's get over here real quick. We're going to jump over here and
a bond is a loan you give to a government or a company. ETF are
okay, so she said a loan is what you give to a government or a company. So that's a bond. She said a bond is a loan that you give to the government or a company. So let's put it together. Hey, don't let them long fake nails fool you. Don't let all that extra stuff fool you. She got some stuff in that head up under there. Up under there.
Are exchange traded funds. They're a basket of investments that you trade like stock. Mutual funds is a
all right. So those are your pooling accounts. So those are your pooling accounts. See, all of this is going to tie in. Let me keep
professionally managed pool of money. A future is a contract to buy or sell an asset at a certain price in the future. ADRs, American Depository Receipts. ADRs allow Americans to buy foreign company stock on U.S. exchanges. Real estate trust. I love a real estate trust. This is when you own income producing real estate.
Now, this is your mortgage. these real estate investment trusts, right? So she said a real estate trust. It's a real estate investment trust. That's the REIT. That's the acronym. Also, what goes along with that is a real estate mortgage investment conduit, right? If you know what a conduit is, it's like a vehicle. It's something that creates a reservoir, something like that. That's why I'm doing like this. I'm just something like that. But the real estate investment trust is the underwriter. Not the underwriter, the trustee or the indenture trustee or the securitization trustee is the underwriter. And most of those underwriters come straight from the Fed. Now we know what the Fed is now, right? I don't have to spell it out. The Fed come through there. I've seen enough of them to see what's going on. This bank, as solely as trustee and not in its individual capacity for the XYZ trust. And they have the year where it was created. So in 2000, so like I said, in 2007, 2008, 2005, 2004, all the way up through there, man, it was going up. I mean, these real estate investment trusts was just banking. I mean, they was getting so much money, it was off the chain because they was giving interest rates at like 28%. And you wasn't never paying off that principal. These was all interest-only payments you was paying. In the HELOC, let me move that hand, it seemed like I got my hand up her nose. But look, you have other situations where, when I say 28% in the HELOCs, the home equity line of credits, all of them banks went under. And guess who ate them up? The four horsemen. The four horsemen ate them up. You know, when they talk about the four horsemen in the Revelations, you think them was actually people on horses, huh? Nah, they got an N.A. at the end of their name. Yeah, them people. So, just wanted to give that to you. All these things right here, these are, see, when she talks about it as a matter of fact, right? And then certain people like this, I'm not saying she'll do it, but certain people like this, they talk about it, but then when you ask them questions, they'll get quiet. They want to talk to you about it. They want to say it to you, but they don't want to explain it. So if she just said the real estate investment trust, oh, this is making it, I said, well, my question would be to her was like, okay, well, these mortgages, would mortgages be what you're talking about, property? How are you able to invest in property and you ain't bought it? You see, but you go back to bonds and stocks and these EFTs and all the things that she's talking about. Yeah, that's how it's done. But it's all based on what you issue out. Shout out to the sister, though. Shout out to the sister. Good stuff. Now, we're going to do a quick, let me see here. Let me close this up real quick. I need to see. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. All right. So last one, we're going to go here. Boom. And then we're going to go to, where is it at? I just missed it. Going to come back here. I want you guys to hear these numbers.
You're telling me that the electrician who goes to work every day and clocks in and works his butt off and tries to earn just enough to be able to, make his rent, maybe have a kid or two, put food on the table, his tax money is being used to buy other people luxury items, cars, yachts, whatever else, and is going to fund terrorism and child trafficking?
Yes, sir.
$1 trillion a year on this stuff?
$115 million an hour.
$115 million an hour. How do they get their hands on it? What are we talking about here? Trends, national organizations, criminal networks? How do they get their hands on this money?
They take advantage of antiquated government systems and processes. They go into programs that they know elected and appointed officials won't touch, and they can steal at scale. They learned a really valuable lesson. Government never runs out of money, and the probability of getting caught is virtually zero.
All right. So let's tie that together. About to put a link in the chat. Let's tie that together. Because I got other stuff to get into, but I want some feedback, some conversation on this, man. Some conversation on this, man. Where is there you go. Yep. All right, and I was pinned to the thing. Let's anybody got anything to add? Anybody got any questions? Let me know. In the meantime, I'm gonna go frame by frame so I can be looking at the chat as well. Appreciate these videos from None of Your Business. Appreciate you. Yeah, some of these was from her the last couple days, so appreciate that. Let's go. I think where are we going from here? All right, so we talked about Shorty. But what I want to do, I want to talk about this brother right here. Let's get back to the main topic. What we focus on in regards to I was trying to find some video. Boy, I mean the YouTube and the stream's been so turned up on the Carmelo Anthony situation that, you know, they just and it's interesting. I mean, like I said, we should just have a party on some of these people. Like, for real, we should just have a party on some of these black people that are sitting there that are sitting with white folks and agreeing with them. Yeah. But let's get on with this brother right here. Where he at? There you go.
It's education and advocacy. I'm Ronald Lee King, showing you exactly how a regular person files a federal civil rights lawsuit against corrupt law enforcement. What you're seeing, the JS 44 civil cover sheet. Every civil case in America starts here. I fill this out pro se, no attorney, just me. A brother from Trenton who spent 14 months unlawfully detained while prosecutors hid lab results proving no drugs were ever found. The IFP motion, informa pauperis. This is how you file when you're homeless and the system stole everything. The court waived the $402 filing fee because they know you can't.
Informa pauperis is let me make sure my informa pauperis is where you go. Informa pauperis is a fee waiver, right? And you got to put a half, you know, if you're doing federal type, you know, because what he's doing is a federal claim. So that's what an informa pauperis, and it's called IN space FORMA space PAUPERIS.
Can't pay after they destroyed your life. The complaint, 16 counts, 12 defendants, false arrest, coerced statements, ineffective counsel, Brady violations, official misconduct, every constitutional amendment they violated, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 14th, documented with case law and facts. The exhibit index, Body cam proving the K9 never alerted. Lab report showing no CDS. IA documents exposing the cover-up. Fax receipts proving my own lawyer abandoned me. I did this not just for me, but to show you that when the system breaks you, you break back through the same system.
So, what's up, Nun? So, this is where we're going with it. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look up a couple things now. This is California, but I just want you to see a few things that let me remove this real quick. Let me get this up. And let me show you guys.
Hey, bro, you hear me?
Yep. Yep, I can hear you. Yeah, let me pull up these codes real quick. This is California, but this should be universal. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. Wait. Let me tab that. Penal code for, what is that? 458, 453. Penal code for, let's see, penal code for false reporting to a DA. There we go. Yo, nonetheless, did you hear me? Oh, you didn't hear me. All right, so look. All right, so this is 118.1. This is 118.1. Make sure everybody can see. This is Penal Code 118.1. This is California. All right. Every peace officer who in their capacity as a peace officer knowingly and intentionally makes or causes to be made any material statement in a peace officer report. And this is what they're saying. Peace, not police, peace officer. Or to another peace officer, and the statement is included in a peace officer report regarding the commission or investigation of any crime, knowing the statement to be false, is guilty of filing a false report, punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for up to 1 year, or in the state prison for 1, 2, or 3 years. Book it. You understand? Book that. Which one is working, huh? Which one? Which one? Can you hear me? Let me just do this frame by frame, man, so I can see the screen and the chat and all that. Let's go right there. Bam. All right. So there we go. They going to jail. So nobody never scrutinizes the report. Now, I know none knows. You say, well, how can you scrutinize it? It's all there. They put that thing in there. Yeah, okay. Number one, I don't have anything redacted, so I can't show you a police report or a peace officer report. They have an affidavit. When they sign that affidavit under penalty of perjury. That's why it's jail time. If all in that peace report, in that peace officer's report, if they lied, and at the same time during that transaction, they put that hand behind the back, they abused the guy, they did all different type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? Those are the issues. So a lot of people are going off of civil rights and all that, which is good. But the first thing you attack, you say, hey, soon as I get done with this situation, hey, I got my one phone call to say it happens to me. I'm calling, making sure the person I'm calling, go get that police report. Go get it. I need to know everything I need everything on that police report, and I need it in my hands. Yep. And on top of that, you can make sure when you in there.
Well, you hear me, bro? You can hear me now?
Yeah, get it together, bruh.
Man, this thing, it's always drop that other one up there, the one that ain't talking. I don't know. I can't even get that shit off. My fault. Yeah, man. I was like, yo, what the hell? Hey, you couldn't hear me on that one. Then I couldn't hear you. Then on the other one.
All right. So in California, I'm talking about the, a quick, instant way to get things removed is get that peace officer report, because it don't say nothing about a police. It says a peace officer. Now you know that these individuals in these uniforms occupy two positions. There's your de jure is your peace officer. Your de facto is a police officer. Really, they also have a thing that's called law enforcement officer. They enforcing the law. But in this section, that's a communication with them. Are you operating as a police officer, or are you operating as a peace officer? Are you here to serve and protect, or are you here under another guise? Need to know that off the top. You got a business card? I ain't got one. That camera on? All right, cool. Mind if I cut mine on? Cool. All right. Now we can establish things. Civil servants as well. Yes. Civil servants as well. But once you get that report, as I said, is signed under penalty of perjury. It's an affidavit. That whole thing that they're filling out is an affidavit. Now, if they got your name abbreviated in any old way, but is what is supposed to be put on there, that's why they want that driver's license. That's why they want that registration. That's why they want that. They don't want that because you might be driving illegal. They don't care nothing about that. Driving with that driver's license is illegal because you're not doing no business. You need CDLs to drive trucks, hauling stuff, passenger stuff. You know what I'm saying? Stuff for gain. That's why you need CDLs. And the vehicle code tells you that. So, if that name is abbreviated at any point in time, if there's a letter missing, if that name is in all capital letters, if they're saying this, that, if they got you under any vehicle code, that is a false report. Anything of that nature is a false report if you're not doing business.
Hey, Aton, all caps is abbreviation. Even though it's all spelled out, that's still abbreviation. Okay. I think people don't realize that. Yeah, that's abbreviation too.
I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, it is. It's in the styles manual. It'll tell you. It's several different styles, man. You gotta make sure. I got one. I gotta look for it because I got so many. I get them mixed up. But the one I have, all caps, they say is abbreviation. So if you use a state all caps, that's abbreviation. Even if you spell it out, that's why you got to make sure you. A lot of people just say, "Screw it, I'm putting everything in lowercase." You know what I'm saying? Your name, everything.
Righteous. All right. Well, the other one. Here's the other one you guys can use. Now, this is California. Every state has it. They got it codified different ways, but every state has it. Let's go here. I'm going to do a frame by frame. Now, y'all see the screen? Yep. All right, cool. So 148.5, 148.5. Every person who reports to any peace officer listed in section 830, 32 subdivision, the attorney general or a deputy attorney general or a district attorney or a deputy district attorney that a felony or misdemeanor has been committed, knowing the report to be false, is guilty of a misdemeanor. All right. Who sends the false police report, the false report, to the district attorney? Why did the district attorney pick it up? Right? On a traffic stop, where does that go? That goes to the district attorney's office. So there you go. 148.5. It says every person who reports to any peace officer. So the peace officer could be the captain, right? Because the captain wasn't there. To the deputy, because they stay in the precinct or in the department, wherever they're at. That peace officer comes back from wherever they're at after they're done, because at the end of the day, they got to have all these reports filed, right, by a certain time, and they have to be issued to the deputy. So now they have just reported that to another peace officer. So that then falls under 148.5. They then take that and then submit it over to the district attorney's office, who then puts it on the docket for that local superior court, as we say here in California. That right there, that's the challenge. But you got to get that report. That ticket is in the form of a report because they actually put it on there. But what they don't do is they never sign their name. So what is this? What is this? Well, this is the ticket I'm giving you. Okay, well, you filling it out, huh? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You give it to me. What you giving it to me for? I need you to sign it. I'm not signing that. You got to spell out what this stuff is. You got to make it make sense. And you need to sign that under penalty of perjury. You sign it. And if you sign it under penalty of perjury, then I will assign that I will conditionally accept that offer, and I'm signing under threat, duress, and coercion, because I know if I don't sign it, you're going to take me to jail. You're going to detain me. I know you're going to do that. But if you say, hey, what if I don't sign it? And if you say, well, if you don't sign it, that's your right not to do that. Okay, cool. I'm not signing that. You sign it, though, and make sure I get a copy of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. So when I know I get some letter in the mail, they're going to see I didn't sign that. He signed it. She signed it, whatever it might be. I'm just throwing these things out there. But I know everybody say, well, shit, you know, when that police officer get to beating you on top of your head. Not if you approach it the right way. If you approach it the right way, if you're respectful and you ask the pertinent questions, you good. If you know that police is probably on some, then on some of that candy, you know what I'm saying? You know, just took his little protein shot And he feeling like the Incredible Hulk. Shit, let him have it, man. What you need, man? Go on, man. Hold on, man. All this aggression. Calm down. Calm down. Now, once that happens, everything else falls in line. Because most of the time when they pull you over, they're going to call for backup. Or they probably got somebody in the car with them. Once you give them an opportunity to correct the issue, hey, I need your watch commander. Bring the watch commander out here, please. I need to ask the watch commander a few questions. Get those things in order. Then we get into a place where, hey, now we have a claim here. Okay, is there any constitutional rights here that are to be followed? What capacity are you operating in here? Has there been a crime committed? What are we doing here? You see? Then, at that point in time, just like this brother did, you know, you never want to really go to state. The way you do it is a good way, right? It's a good way to do it. Is you file a claim. You file a claim. Now, in filing that claim, all right. Now, in filing that claim, you want to go to somewhere it's called risk management. You want to go somewhere that's called risk management. All right, risk management. You also have a location in your area that deals with the County Board of Supervisors, what we have here in California. It's called the County Board of Supervisors. In the County Board of Supervisors, you can actually send them a letter, and it's a claim. You go and say, well, I need to make a claim against an officer, and so on and so forth, based on these things. I need to get their bond information because they are bonded and insured. I need to get that information because this is what happened. Once you make that claim, they got an opportunity to cover that. They send it over to risk. They send it over to risk management. The County Board of Supervisors, they send it over to risk management. Risk management then sends you a letter back and saying, okay, you got a claim, so on and so forth. Once that happens, then you can you work on the rest, what they instruct you to do. In California, they might ask for more details. So in those details, you send the report, you send a copy of the report, ticket, whatever it might be, and say this information is wrong. This is a false report. Now, we can handle it right now, or if we don't handle it right now, then you'll deny me, and then we can take it further. Once I know that risk management and the County Board of Supervisors is not going to do anything, then there's no need to do anything outside of going to federal court. So, now, once that happens, they will tell you after they deny you, you got 6 months. You got 6 months. And even in this brother's situation, right? Because it's a marathon. Go straight Once you know you got everything lined up, you go straight to the county recorder, the Secretary of State, the county board of supervisors, and pull their bonds, pull their oath, pull their information. So that way you'll know what they're covered by and what they're not covered by. And under California Public Records Act, they got to provide it, and they got 10 days to do it. You got 10 days. The Public Records Act, that's the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act for California. They got 10 days to get it. I need that information. Once they don't do that, they're in violation of the Public Records Act. So now you got more defendants. I need that body cam. I need everything that happened at that time. I need everything. Even before you go to court, go to federal court, everything. Now, he said he had everything documented, so maybe he did that. But he did say he had the body cam and all that type of stuff. But yeah, you want the report, you want his bond, you want all their information, badge number, bond, track record. You know what I'm saying? Any complaints on him, you want the whole gamut. Then what you want to do is you want to clock that, right? You want to clock that. You want to know how long you've been in there, and you do it by the second. Not by the hour, by the second. And once you do that, you got everything pretty much locked in. Because you remember 42 USC 2000D, United States Code, Title 42, United States Code 2000D. Right? Anybody that's receiving federal funding cannot discriminate. That is discriminate. That's discrimination. That's being prejudiced. That is hindering to travel on the highways and the byways free from any interruption. Then on top of that, you pretty much seized my property. Probably took my car, went through my car, went looked into my information, private information. Then you probably told it, depending on the situation. All that works. But that'll be the best place to start. Go to risk management. Go to find the county board of supervisors, because the county board is the one that writes the checks for the clerks of the court, judges, some of the judges, the officers, sheriffs and city. They write the checks. All the employees, that thing come, they're the oversight for them. But, you know, actually the state controller actually writes the checks. Yeah, the state controller writes the checks, but the board of supervisors are the ones that are the oversight and deals with all insurance policies and any violation. Okay? So I stand corrected on that. That state controller and your board of supervisors, that's your main locations to deal with. So what's your cause of action? Okay, what's the cause of action? Let's look up what's the cause of action. Let's look up what's the cause of action. Let's see if they got it in the Black's Law. I don't know if they do or not. Well, what's the cause of action? What's the cause of action? Yep, got it. What's the cause of action? Okay, a cause of action. A cause of action may mean may. So that's not Mando. It's not Mando. What's up, Reclassified? Cause of action may mean one thing for one purpose and something different for another. Okay? It may mean accident.
Hey, Hey, Aton,
Mm.
real quick, bro. You gotta look up what may means in the black law, bro. It's not what you think, bro. That the may means absolute.
All right, let's go to May.
Yeah, go to may. Go look up may, bro.
Okay, first let's go to absolute. Then we'll go to May. Since we're right next door. Absolute. Bam. Bam. All right. Absolute. Complete, perfect, final, without any condition or encumbrance as an absolute bond. Unconditional, complete, and perfect in itself, without relation to or dependence on other things or persons. Absolute law, the true and proper law of nature, immutable in the abstract or in principle in theory, but not in application for every often the object, the reason, situation, other circumstance may vary, is exercising obligation. Okay. Jesus. All right. All right, so that's absolute. Let's go to May. Boom, boom, boom. All right, there we go. Says an auxiliary verb qualifying the meaning of another verb by expressing ability, competency, liberty, permission, possibility, probability, or contingency, regardless of the instrument, however, whether constitution, statute, deed, contract, or whatnot, courts not infrequently construe may as shall or must to the end that justice may not be the slave of grammar. No absolute there. So, regardless of the instrument, however, whether constitution, statute, deed, contract, whatnot, courts not infrequently construe may as shall or must to the end that justice may not be the slave of grammar. Okay. All right. So let's go back to cause of action. I should have wrote the dang on thing for that.
What Black's Law is you in? What's
4
version there? That's Black's Law 4?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you got to go to an updated one. The May is there's no, once they put May in there, see, that said may not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you go to May by itself and you keep looking at it, it's even the Bouvier's, or I've read it, and once they put may in there, that means that it's a certainty to it. There's no or it may not be, or, you know what I mean? Is oh, this may happen. That means it's going to happen. So they try to trick you when they say may, like you got a choice.
Right.
No, you know what I'm saying? But there's no choice. And whatever follows may. It's no choice after that. Is what they already put after may is absolutely, that's what they're basing their opinion off of. Right. So you may know the difference, but if you don't know, then what they put after may already constitutes their giving validity to their opinion.
Right.
So when you go to, I think it's Black's Law, like later, this 4 is kind of yeah 4 is kind of, it has some good stuff in 4, but 4 is a good book. People kind of dog 4 out, but 4 you kind of need 4. But when you get up to like Black's Law 8 and 11, 4 got some good stuff in it though.
Yeah, 4 is the reason why I use 4, because a lot of terms that are in 4 aren't in 5.
Yeah.
Like 4 and
That's
6.
What I'm saying. Yeah.
Like 4, like back in the day, 4 and 6 was the one. You know what I'm saying? It's like they came back to down to earth on 6, And anything before 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then 5 was shaky, and then 6, and then 7, 8, 9. There's some conflicts in it, but yes, a lot of these meanings have changed. But yeah, I feel you on that. But I just like 4 because you can kind of find these words that you won't even find later or that's been changed a little bit. Yeah. But the may in this one is accident. So in relation to cause of action, use the word accident. That changes into a different type of meaning. So in relation to cause of action.
But the point is this. This is the point though, Aton, real quick. The point is a simple word like may, you know what I'm saying, what it does is it transforms, or it could what's the word I'm looking for? The one when they say modify. It can modify the whole meaning or the contract just by a small word like may or of. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
What I'm pointing out is that you got to look up every single word. You see they got a definition for it though. At the end of the day, it's a definition for may. You feel me?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a whole different definition for may, M-A-Y, that has a legal definition to it. That's why we're trying to point out to people, when you read these contracts, every single word counts. You know what I'm saying? It's a definition for it that modifies the whole meaning or the contract that you're signing. Look them up. Whether you think you know what it is or not, look it up. If you don't understand it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? May, you know what I mean? Most people don't even know that may has a legal definition to it. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's why I go into this Black's Law. Like, you got to know these words. Got to know these words. And if you don't know these words get you tripped up. You got to know
the meaning. Right.
Yeah, they're going to get you tripped up.
Right. That's why when people say, well, they can read, but bro, the reading, you can read may, but can you comprehend what that means in the venue or in the realm of contract or law? It's different than saying she may be coming to my house. You know what I mean? That's different. In contract, you see what I'm saying? That's a different old meaning. You can read it, but you don't know what it means in this venue. You know what I mean? Thing is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So let's say it may mean accident. Here's case law. We got act causing injury, action, averment. So we'll get to averment. So you guys know what that means. A fact sufficient to justify a court in rendering a judgment. Breach of contract or agreement. Breach of duty. Okay. Cause that mean one thing for. Okay. All right. Concurrence of the facts giving rise to enforceable claim. So we'll stop right there on this definition. So all of these things, your cause of action must bring this. So you have everything. You have your chain of everything that happened up to the point of where the injury took place. Breach of contract. How can we go with breach of contract? Breach of contract is what? Their oath. They breached their contract. They breached their duty as peace officers. Right? To serve and protect. Right? Their breach of contract or agreement. Averment of facts sufficient to justify a court in rendering a judgment. That is your verified statement under penalty of perjury that this is happening, that you were the one that's injured, and these are the ones that did it. So you got to have that cause of action. So what is that cause of action? Cause of action is this. Penal Code 118.1. Penal Code 148.5, false reporting. Also, we have deprivation of rights under color of law. Okay? Conspiracy against rights. Because they utilized policy and statutes and codes in order to trespass upon your constitutional protected rights, and that is to be safe within your own person and your property. And they pulled me out of what we was talking about yesterday, out of my kingdom. I'm in my automobile. It's part of my kingdom. This is my world chariot. And they stopped me and they pulled me over based on some policy enforcement that they wanted to get a part of, to monetize or whatever, and then turn me over, and then turn me over again, and then turn me over again. Next thing you know, you got all these people, and now I'm in a position of what? Peonage. I have now been kidnapped and put into a form of chattel slavery. In the meantime, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's just where it's at. Let's back up. Now let's go to claim. Claim is the most important thing. Claim. People don't use these words. That's what I'm saying. People get say, oh, that's that sovereign citizen stuff. No, it's the right stuff, because if you use any other type of words, it's going to put you right into Article 1. Let's go to claim. Since we're right next door, let's go to claim. Let's go to claim here. Where we go? There you go. Let's go to claim. All right. So, claim. So here's the noun. A broad, comprehensive word. That's a noun. Verb, what's the action? So when you're making your claim, you're actually doing this. To demand as one's own. To assert. It may embrace or apply to a call. Okay, I missed these at the bottom. To state, to urge, to insist. So if you're making a claim in court, or if you're making your claim to the county board of supervisors, you're making a claim to internal affairs, you're making a claim to risk management. All these people that these peace officers are subject to, you're making claims to them. You're making a claim to their watch commander, to the captain, to the elected sheriff. I'm making a claim. And when I'm making my claim, I'm demanding that you do your job. This is what happened. Here's the evidence. I need that. This is what you call prejudicial. This is what you also call with, when you come into court, with or without prejudice. Without prejudice means that, yeah, we're going to give this, we're going to do this without prejudice because there's still some things that need to be tidied up. With prejudice means that everything has been tied up, all the evidence submitted, due processes happen, no response, no defense on the other end. Here you go. Now, there's another thing called summary judgment. Did you know you can get summary judgment right then and there? If you make your claim, you make your demand. I'm coming in making my demand, my claim for summary judgment based on all these things that happened up to this point. No remedy has been given. I've only been denied of all the things that's supposed to be given to me by rule of law. So I need summary judgment. The best thing that court can do is give them the opportunity to show cause why they haven't gave me my remedy. Why they haven't repaired and restored what happened. Right? What else could we call? Only thing the court can do and what the judge can do is show that he's going to practice law from the bench. 28 U.S.C. 454. Oh, you want to practice law from the bench, huh? All right, well, you go. See you later. If I don't get summary judgment right there and I get anything outside of them showing, for them to show cause why they haven't produced anything and show cause why I should not give this young man summary judgment, then guess what? Judge, you got to go. Not even waiting. You see? Because the only thing when he get to the court that's going to stand between you and your remedy and your claim is the judge. So this is a claim. Now let's go to complaint. What is a complaint? Let's go down here. Complaint. Let's go to complaint here. All right. All right. Complainant in practice, one who applies to the courts for legal redress, one who exhibits a bill of complaint. This is the proper designation of one suing in equity, though plaintiff is often used in equity proceedings as well as at law. Next paragraph, one who instigates prosecution or who prefers accusation against suspected person. See how the language just changed there? Now let's go to complaint. I should have did this one first. In civil practice, civil. In those states having a code of civil procedure, like California, the complaint is the first or initiatory pleading on the part of the plaintiff in a civil action. It corresponds to the declaration in the common law practice code, Its purpose is to give defendant information of all material facts on which plaintiff relies to support his demand. Now, if I see all this is done without prejudice. See, that complaint coming in, you ain't showing no evidence of anything that's been done. So even if you put your evidence behind it, this is what I learned nonetheless. Make sure you're there. This is what I learned nonetheless, is that even when you come in with a complaint and it's titled complaint and you are the plaintiff, even though you got evidence of you exhausting your remedies, they're still going to come back and treat it as if it ain't there. But if you come in with summary judgment, that's going to get their attention. I want summary judgment. We'll get to that in a minute. So it says these things, complaint shall contain All right. So damn, get my breath control back. But here we go. Let's go to plaintiff. I just want you guys to see what's going on.
Well, summary judgment is the same as signed, sealed, and delivered.
Okay. Let's go here. All right, so over here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, plaintiff. A person who brings an action, the party who complains or sues in a personal action and is so named on the record. You want to be somebody that complaining? A person who brings an action, the party who complains or sues in a personal action and is so named on the record. Plaintiff in error. Use, see what I'm saying? complaint. Here it is. In civil law, a complaint, a form of action, particularly one for setting aside a testament alleged to be invalid. This word is English equivalent of the Latin querela. A private memorial tendered in open court to the judge. Here we go with the tendered, wherein the party injured sets forth his cause of action. A proceeding in inferior courts by which an action is. See, this is what's important about a cause of action. It may be one or it may be the other, depending on how you're bringing it. And how you bring it is how you title yourself. And when you coming in to the court, your introduction is everything. Who are you and who are you not? So when you bring your claims, the claim is the highest level of anything that you have, because that's in the common law. That's what you would consider to be another form of absolute. And what was the other word you used nonetheless? What'd you say? I forgot what you said.
Oh, what?
Yeah, you said the other word. You said damn, what did you say?
About what?
Oh no, the last thing you said when you stepped in and said what you said. I forgot what the word you said.
Oh shit, I forgot too. I be moving so fast out here in this damn traffic. What was he just talking about?
Yeah, so yeah, because I went from complaint, right, and I came down here to plaintiff. But never mind, we'll get it back.
Yeah, we'll get it back.
Okay, so what your introduction is when you're gonna file a claim, right? You're not filing a suit, you're filing a claim. Your claim is already completed, but you went through the proper channels and exhausted all your administrative.
I said signed, sealed, and delivered. That.
Yeah, there you go. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah,
and that was related to what?
Well, once you get a summary judgment, it's like signed, sealed, delivered. That means you already done established the facts of the case, because you don't want to dispute any facts, because you don't want any public. The reason why you go to court, because it's some controversial issue. So you only want to establish the facts, and that's what the courts do not have jurisdiction over facts. They only want to adjudicate something off of controversy, something that is not factual. That's why you see they always saying opinion. This is their opinion this, opinion that, because facts cannot be disputed.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So when it's signed, sealed, delivered, you get a summary judgment. That's all pertaining to the facts. It is no public controversy. Case closed. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's closed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. That couldn't have said it no better. All right. So here's introduction. You didn't think introduction was in the law, did you guys? All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the introduction. The part of a writing which sets forth preliminary matter or facts tending to explain the subject, right? So the subject, everything that you put in your introduction, I wouldn't say it's everything, but it's something that cannot be circumvented. So if I say, Coach J, living man, injured party, real party, well, Coach J, real party in interest, injured party, verified injured party, hereinafter claimant. Right there. Hereinafter claimant. So all I gotta be is real party in interest, injured party, whatever else I might put in there, hereinafter referred to as claimant. Am here for summary judgment. In the matter regarding such and such and such and such on this date between with the causes of action of being Penal Code 118.1, Penal Code 148.5, 42 USC, no, my bad, 18 USC subsection 241, 242, 245, 18 USC chapter 77, sections 1980, but no, 18, hold on. Where you go? Chapter 77. Yeah, 1581 to 1597. It's sequential. So it'd be chapter 77, it's sequential, the whole thing. Because that's what happened. And then civil in Title 18 in the criminal code, and then we have Title 42 in the civil violations of Title 42, Section 1983, 84, 85, so on and so forth. And we're going to get to those codes in a minute. We're going to go back through those. You don't leave nothing off the table. You also have suspect classification. That is the Constitution of the 14th, 5th, and 14th Amendment. Now, being in the constitutional frame of it, you have to let it be known that they are bound by those things, not you. That's why they're always constitutional protected rights. Protected by whom? Protected by these peace officers, these officers and employees that are bound by and identified under Title 26, amongst other things. You Title 1, whether it be in the debt collection practices, Title 15, whatever it might be. You can cover every angle of that. But it has to be clear what you're pushing, and you exhaust every bit of that. Now, where's my notepad at? Let's bring it over here to where we at. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to malice, right? And what I need to do is I need to bring up my uniform bonding code. That's what I need to do. Let me bring the uniform bonding code up. Let's see if it's in here. My uniform bonding code in here? No. All right, let's do it like this then. Bam. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up this uniform bonding code. I showed it before, but, the situation is always brand new because you guys haven't really, it ain't really sinking in right now. But yeah, but let me bring up the Uniform Bonding Code. All right, so look, right here. I'm going to come right here. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where is he at? All right, right here. Everybody see the screen? Let me make sure everybody can see the screen. Yep, you guys can see the screen. Now, this is excerpt. Let's go up to 175. There we go. All right, so look, this is claims access pursuant to civil rights law. Anybody looking? Yeah, well, book it. Claims access pursuant to civil rights law. Now, this is civil rights law. Now, peep this, though. It says improper enforcements which run counter to the U.S. Constitution can involve as many as 35 violations of the provisions of the United States Constitution, value per 18 U.S.C. 241. Conspiracy against rights. Remember the other guy was talking about? This is what I'm saying. You know, they do the quick little things and then they just keep you hanging. But let's get to it. At $10,000 per constitutional violation, per offense, per officer, per injured party, when the officer is acting as a part of a law enforcement agency effort. Hold on real quick. Let me clear my throat. You know, when I get talking about this good stuff, boy, I don't know, them things be trying to choke me up sometime, you know? Make sure we're looking at everything. You guys are watching this. Hold on. Let me turn my camera on so you know it's real now, Memorex. Am I here? Am I here? Am I here? Am I here? All right. All right. We here. We here. All right. Check it out. You got that, right? $10,000. 35 violations. Per constitutional violation. Per offense, per officer. We don't need to worry about per injured party. We got that. You see what I'm saying? That's guaranteed. Then it says the civil value is therefore approximately, this is the civil value. Okay. So if they're in violation of 18 USC, they're automatically a violation of the civil aspect, which is Title 42. Section 1983. But let me not get ahead of this. Let this talk and let me read. All right. So the civil value is therefore approximately $350 per enforcement offense. My bad. Per enforcement offense. Per enforcement officer. Per injured party. So $350. Hold on. 350 000 times 3. That's $1,050,000. Just right there. So you got 350 enforcement offense. Per enforcement officer, right? So let's say it's 3 of them. Let's just do the 3. Because we down here, we got 1983, 85, 86, right? So we'll go 3 of them. So we're good there. All right. About a mil. Okay, so it's more than that if you actually get into the, like I said, if what that brother has said, if you dealing with from the car to and you got people around you per this, per that, and that, boy, you got a lot of shit going on. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, but Aton, how do you get to that though? Oh, you said hold on. You get to that when you file. You talked about it yesterday, Aton, how you receive those funds if your wife's been violated.
Right.
You talked about it yesterday, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The replevin bond. So when you get a replevin bond, you get the replevin bond. You do a surety. You get this surety, the surety bond, and you file a replevin bond. Replevin bonds is when you've been wrongly accused, because I think people don't really pay attention to this. Before this municipal or the organic act, right? Before they made everything commercial, when you was brought into court, both sides will file a bond, replevin bond. The sheriff will hold it. So if I'm being accused of something, I'm found innocent, you got to pay me for my time.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean? Because, man, look, you don't wasting my time. You up there suing me and all this stuff. I got to take away from my family, my estate, my duties, for my family. So now you got to pay me for all my lost time, spending time fighting you for something that I didn't do. You understand?
Right.
And a lot of corporations take advantage of that, because you'll sue them, right? Or they'll try to wrap you up in court. You got to pay all these fees for going to court. But people don't know about the replevin bond. If you look at the replevin bond, that's how you file that, right? And now, anything that was done to you and you're found innocent, or they wasting your time, you get reimbursed for your time, for wasting your damn time in court.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody does this, bro. Nobody does this.
So
Well,
to be
I
clear,
don't that I know about. I'm pretty sure people know about it, but you ain't gonna hear about them. But nobody talks about it, But that's powerful right there.
so to be clear,
Mm-hmm.
so if that happens, where's the replevin? I mean, can you get the replevin bond from the court? Where you get the replevin bond from?
You can get a replevin bond. Is places out here, like, if you don't feel like, because it's kind of tedious, but it's companies, bro. It's companies out here that's average. YT is out here. Everything you talk about, Aton, they got businesses now, consulting people on secure party. I found one yesterday. I'm like, hold up, they got actually companies that does surety bonds, bro, for every state, bro. All right, in a minute, I'm gonna put it in the back, bro. Bro, they got companies that will get you surety bonds, bro. That's why I was tripping when you was going on this subject. I'm like, I was just looking this shit up last night.
Right.
But they got all up, bro. There's so many surety bonds out there. It's ridiculous, bro. Everything them people were talking about on the videos is companies that will give you the surety bonds for that particular situation.
Mm.
The card, goddamn, the payment bond, the bid bond, the performance bond, all that stuff is under surety ships, bro. They got companies that will get you the surety that you need for any situation, bro. Yup.
All right, for sure.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, bro, they actually advertise. YT up there doing the stuff they call do sovereign citizens. I'm like, bro, they out here. They know what we talking about is a fact. See, look, that sovereign citizen stuff falls under the Democratic Party, under foreign people that they don't have citizenship, but they're still protected because they're saying that they're sovereign as a person. That's why they telling them, oh, you can vote, you can get homes, you can get grants from us. Are they citizens? No. Those are the ones that fall under sovereign citizens, because they're still saying they have rights as a citizen, but they're not actually citizens. Democrats been doing this the whole time, and people are calling people that's trying to educate people on what they're doing sovereign citizens, when that's not even the whole facts of what we're trying to point out. That's for foreigners. But we can do it under the original Constitution if we know how the banking system that infiltrated our system works. Our status now elevates over them. You know what I mean? Y'all live in California, so I know y'all see this firsthand. They got people up. Bro, I was reading in California, they up there, it's on the news. This ain't no secret. Bro, they saying that people can register to vote with a gym membership, ID. Yes. Bro, they don't even need, all they need is an envelope with an address on it. They said anything. I'm like, bro, that's the sovereign, but nobody talking about that, bro. I've been waiting for people to come up with that stupid ass shit to me, bro. I be like, the Democrats is bringing these foreigners under the sovereign citizen. Why y'all not saying nothing now? All of y'all big mouths. You feel me? But want to call brothers that's teaching the law and what your rights are, what doesn't pertain to us, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
We can't be deported, so we automatic citizens of the land. That's all I'm concerned with. I ain't concerned with nothing else.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. But they got commercial. I'll listen to a YouTube video. They got to do business. They got a company giving people say, oh, if you need your surety bonds, we will provide it for it. I got on the website, bro. That joint got everything for every state, bro. I'm gonna put it in the back, bro. You gonna be like, what the heck? I punched in my state, bro. I seen all these joints you can get surety under. I'm like, I didn't even know some of the stuff you can get surety bonds for. You gonna trip after this, bro. I'm like, yo, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
What are we doing? YT on it, bro. They on it. They got company, business, secure party. I seen commercials for all the stuff we talking about. They got commercials for it now.
Yeah, just like them to try to get in on something.
Yeah, bro. Yup. They don't be playing, bro. But you start getting on pound with little trolls. They gonna be like, oh, they ain't gonna work. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't do it. I'm like, man, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Then they wonder why we losing, bro.
And at the same time, they taking notes.
Yeah, they taking notes and doing what we telling our people to do.
Right.
Dang, man. Oh my God, bro.
Let me get on this. Get back on
bro.
this.
Go ahead.
Big dog, what's going on, brother?
What's good, brother Coach? Much love and respect, my brother, nonetheless.
What's up,
How
OG
you
Philly?
doing
I'm
today?
good, bro. I'm good.
Man,
Go ahead, you got it.
you just said a mouthful right there. You know, they fight that sovereign citizenship, but like you just said, that's what we need. That's what they're putting them under. These migrants and immigrants. That's a fact, bro. We in a dead status where basically we're dead in the eyes of the law. And that what you just brought up, that sovereign citizen and how they getting it, is you're 100% right. You and Coach been going in, man. That's all I came to, tell y'all. Much respect to both of y'all, man.
Hey,
Go ahead,
big
you got
dog.
it, bro. Finish doing your thing.
Hey,
Appreciate
big
you, Coach.
Appreciate it, bro.
Anytime.
Hey, but big dog, check it out though. This is what
Yes,
we've been
sir.
saying, nonetheless, and Nadi and trying to tell these cats for a minute. And I want to bring it to them the same way, a different way. I'm like, these cats, first thing I said is these cats come over here with A1 credit. They didn't understand what that meant. I said, dude, all they got to do, and they stay at the Secretary of State getting their birth certificates and all these things authenticated. They stay getting them authenticated. All that shit they saying we can't do, these people doing that. Then they come in there and they get A1 credit. They getting licensed. They getting everything. Everything. When I say everything, they're getting everything. But they're doing it the way it's supposed to be done. And they're getting guided through those channels to make it happen. So when you see these people popping up, trust and believe they've been here over a year already in training, getting educated. That's what they're doing. So, it ain't stopping me, though. I know it ain't stopping none. We gonna keep doing what we doing. Give a damn what nobody say. But this right here, under circumstance, I'm glad you up here. I don't know how long you've been here, but this right here, let me get back over into this.
Yeah, I've been
right
listening
here,
for a minute, brother. I didn't know me. I'll be in the cut. Sometimes I won't say nothing, but glad I'm listening, brother.
Yeah, so this right here, I don't care what nobody say. People could say this and say that. If anybody's saying you don't have no remedy, they're talking to you in a civil matter, and they're really not talking to you in their official capacity, meaning under their oath. They're talking to you from a whole different perspective outside of that, right? Which makes them rogue agents. Now to continue this, right? So we got $350 per enforcement officer, per offense, per officer, per injured party. You see what I'm saying? So that is, let's say, minimum 3. So that's $1,150,000. Because you automatically got 35 violations at 10,000 apiece. That 350,000 times 3. Yeah, you have meal ticket just right there. All right, so it says the statutes enabling the suit and civil claim right there are part of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1871. Now, remember, as I said before, the civil actions, the value is the money, right? So you 18 USC 241, that's your criminal code. So they've been convicted of a crime, and this is where they get off and they beat us again. And beat us as well because we do not use Title 18 in federal court. Title 18 federal court is criminal acts. And the main one is the foundation is conspiracy against rights, whatever it might be. Because if they make you sign something, if they coerce you into signing something, OG, if they coerce you into signing something, and if you didn't sign it, they was going to refuse you your rights. Or they wanted you to sign something so you waived your rights. Here you go. That's a conspiracy. Now, when you have these things set off, you don't just have 241, you have 242 and 245 as well. Right? And also you have what is considered to be 18 USC, I would say, chapter 77. We're going to get to that in a minute. I read over those things yesterday. Was you up here? Was you on up here nonetheless? And when I was reading that off, and OG, when I was reading that 18 USC,
Yeah, I was up here.
I was listening. I heard it.
All right. So once you're able to apply that, right? And now we got 1994, peonage abolished. So in any debts of any form of fashion where they having you sign and they're liquidating that stuff, they turn it into security instruments. God damn it. It falls under that as well. Just want to make sure I was still, these streams be acting funny. All right, so let's get to this. So it says these statutes guarantee. So my bad. So the statute enabling the suit and civil claim are part of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1871, 42 USC 83, 85, and 86. These statutes guarantee, among other things, the equal protection of the law for racial minority groups. Now that actually attaches to what you consider to be suspect classifications. Suspect classifications is key. We got to be able to apply that to racial minority groups. Suspect classification goes first, right? Because if they spot you, look at that police report. I'm going back to the police report, Penal Code 118.1. and 148.5. If at any point in time they called you black male, 5'10", 190 pounds, such and such and such and such, black eyes, brown hair, whatever, brown hair, brown eyes, black hair, whatever you want to say. You start throwing them colors out there. That is under colorable law. And that's why 242 says specifically deprivation of rights under color of law. Title 42, Section 1983 says deprivation of rights under color of law. All right. So although the argument is commonly raised that these statutes apply only to racial minority population groups, they actually apply to racial discrimination regardless of the race and regardless of the population of the group. Now let's keep going. Let's come down here. Now, okay. So the unionization of the legal system by the Bar Association makes, listen to this closely. The unionization of the legal system by the Bar Association makes the people individually and the public as a whole a legal justice minority group with access to the Civil Rights Act of 1871. So the Bar Association, which is clear because everything works within this bar. And this bar actually unionized that because all these codes are uniform throughout every state. The civil codes or the statutes you had, your commercial codes, all the penal codes, vehicle codes, all that stuff is uniform across the board. They might have them numbered, sequence different, but it's still the same thing. So that's an automatic. So it says the Bar Association Act in violation of antitrust and anti-monopoly laws of the U.S. That's verified. When it says in violation, so that act is actually in violation of antitrust and anti-monopoly laws of the U.S. And that's what we got going on. That's why I said, if you get to the judge and the judge is acting that certain way, that judge is practicing law from the bench and is now operating under his bar card. And is now then under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, or FARA, making it a foreign agent, making him now in violation of his canons, his ethics, so on and so forth. All right. Organized crime in government. You should like this, OG. This is what you've been saying. I just want to show you it's real. Government officials maintain control of the courts by licensing lawyers and by forbidding the common citizens to practice law or give legal advice. Three phrases which have never been adequately defined for any statute. Okay? So let me read that last part. None of these practicing law and licensing lawyers have ever been adequately defined for any statute. To protect government dominance, law schools are the only schools allowed to teach law, and specifically safe law, what we call attornment. And remember when I showed you the definitions, not just you guys, but anybody listening, if you remember, I showed you in Black's Law Dictionary what attornment means. I'm not coming off of this. We can go look at it later, but just attornment, that's what it means. To protect malfeasance, attorneys are forbidden to file criminal complaints against malfeasance officials, officer and clerks, and against officers of other corporations. See that? You heard that? They cannot at no point in time. This is why when you have these big real estate situations going on with mortgages and things like that, just like that situation with that brother that just got 35 years. Even though that brother is supposed to be a brother, he had a bar card. He has a duty. He has an oath. He is a part of that union. He cannot go against his own brother in the bar. He can do what they can do is do a backdoor deal while they having a medium rare steak with a fork and a butter knife, laughing with some wine. So about, hey man, give me this. You know, we got to work something out here. Well, you know, we'll get this right here and you can win on appeal over here. We can work that out later. All right, cool. Similarly, when the citizens file, if they don't, okay, my bad, I missed the sentence. If they disobey, they lose their license to practice law. Now, let me give you guys a quick example. This guy in Maryland that I know that I helped out in a bankruptcy case to save his house, went to the bankruptcy guy and said, how much you going to charge? Went to a lawyer and said, hey, I need help with this mortgage situation. This is what I need to do. He said, look, I need at least $50,000 to $150,000. He said, why? He said, because if I take this case, I'm losing my license. I need to figure out what I'm going to do after that. He said, if you ain't got that, I'm not taking the case. Told him straight up, white boy, I was on the phone on mute. He was spooked. He said, I ain't going up against this big bank. Is you out of your mind? It's a white boy. He can tell you his wife, he was damn near pissing and shitting on himself. He was so scared. And he's pretty much said it. He said, outside that, I can't. He said, I could do a little bit of stuff for you on the side, but I ain't put my name on nothing. Anyway. So it says, similarly, when the citizen files a criminal complaint against a public official, the prosecutor is expected to protect the public official from prosecution for official malfeasance by exercising some mystical doctrine of selective prosecution. Pretty sure you guys heard that before. And it says in parentheses, an act of misprision of crime. That's another term, which is nothing more or less than an excuse for legal prejudice to issue from the prosecutor's office calculated to overthrow the public's legal redress against official malfeasance. If you look at this, so you know this ain't somebody just talking. This is the Uniform Bonding Code version 2.0, December 2006. I'm dating myself on this information. Don't worry about it. I don't know nothing. All right, so bonding of governments in general conclusion. A government, its officials, its officer, and its clerks will not be bonded. Number one, if it does not eliminate its own internal malfeasance with the same diligence that it pursues civilian felons. In other words, a government shall clean its own nest thoroughly. Number two, if it rules by force, let me go back and do it will not be bonded. Will not be bonded. Number two, if it rules by force without reason and or without the consent of the people which it governs. In such a case, it shall be deemed a criminal government, and its officials, officers, and clerks shall be deemed criminally malfeasant. We're going to get into those definitions in a minute. If it be, will not be bonded, if it behaves, number three, if it behaves with malice, remember I was about to go to malice, or with deliberate contempt or rudeness towards its citizens. Got it? All right. Just keep going. Let's go here. I'm looking. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Bonding and definition. General concepts, commercial considerations, definitions, principles, axioms, and maxims. The bondability of a statute, legislative branch. All right, so here's your three branches right here and how it's looked at through the Uniform Bonding Code lens. Bondability of a statute, legislative branch, the bondability of the process created and used to enforce a statute, judicative branch or your judicial branch, and the bondability of the act of enforcement and of the enforcement officer, the executive branch. So, bondability, statute, process, act. All right. So, it says, all rest primarily and absolutely upon the ability to write a binding contract in very definite terms between the bonding company and the bonded party or parties. Did anybody know that the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch, based on their stoves and statutes, how about I say it like that? Yeah, the statutes and codes are actually getting these things bonded. So let's just say in the state, real quick. Hold on, let me finish this out real quick. So just to say this, who is bonding these people? This is a rhetorical question. Who's bonding these people? So let's say on the state side, right? You got your legislative, right? Your civil, okay, California, you got your civil code, civil procedures, right? You also have your penal codes, vehicle codes. You have all these codes. Then you have the enforcement of these codes. Then you have the adjudication of these codes as well. All these things are being bonded across the board. And all of the officers that come in there are bonded underneath that as well through their oath. And so once they take that oath, they fall under them bonds. And they pay for them, right? All right, so now it says, No bonding company will enter into a bonding agreement unless the definitive terms of the bonding contract are laid out to the precision that it is likely to be tested by public claims against the bond. So that means that no bonding company is going to agree to any contract. Did you know that the legislative and judicial and executive branches have contracts with bonding companies? Well, you know now. So they're not going to be able to, they're not going to bond, they're not going to agree to anything unless the people, the public, can make claims against that bond. And that they're going to be paying out, which they ain't been doing. They do it sometime, but they selectively do it. Remember, selective prosecution. Got it? All right. So the legislative bond, a statute in order to be bondable, must satisfactorily define the terms and concepts used or involved in the construction of the statute. A statute should not be bonded if the terms and concepts of the subject matter of the statute are not both exhaustively listed and clearly defined. So that means if the legislative can't get it bonded, then that means the judicial and the executive can't get it bonded as well. They can't be bonded behind that as well. So we don't even know. So if the biggest bond, the substance of the foundation is the Constitution. You see what I'm saying? So definitions. Here's what malfeasance means: unlawful or wrongful act, wrongdoing in general. Malpractice, improper or illegal treatment. That's why I was explaining that to you before, big dog. I was like, malpractice just go for doctors or medical. It goes across the board. So it says improper or illegal treatment, right? That's med. And then improper or immoral conduct. That's non-medical. Crime, an act that subjects the doer to legal punishment. Uh-oh. The commission or omission of an act specifically forbidden or enjoined by public law. The commission or omission, you got the commission, right? You got the county board of commissioners. You got commissioners in all different forms and fashions, right? Or omission, right? So you got the commission of it and the omission by the peace officer going by policy as a police officer, omitting your rights because they never read you anymore or never tell you you have Miranda rights. You got the right to remain silent. They never tell you that. They're supposed to tell you that immediately upon contact. Any grave offense against morality. You see immoral, improper, morality, all these different key words. These are the words that should be used. Criminal, penal law versus criminal law, implying crime or heinous wickedness. See all these things right here. Civil law, slander, oral malicious falsehoods, right? Oral malicious falsehoods. So if you calling me black, or you saying I'm 5'10", or whatever you want to call me, or you saying this and saying that, that is malicious, or oral malicious falsehood, because you never asked me, you just said it.
That's a tort.
Now libel is written slander. So if that police report has anything, Penal Code 118, that is written slander, abbreviating my name, saying these statutes, I fall under this. All that is slander. You're saying I'm something that I'm not. That is slander because you put it in writing.
That's a tort.
Go ahead. Y'all got it.
My question is this, bro. If they're going to use this system, because we know, all right, we know that we're bonded through the county. It goes from the county that you was born in, right, to the state, to the United States Secretary of State, right? So the bond the original bond started where you was born, in the county that you was born, right? That's where the original bond is. Through our state, to the state, the county to the state, to the United States, right? So my question is this: how are people that's crossing the border? How are they bonded?
Oh, how they bonded?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
That's what nobody's asking, bro. How are they bonded?
How long you been there, K Glove? My bad. I don't see the script.
The thing about that is, you know what? No, the only way they can be bonded if they got a passport.
Okay.
And a lot of them don't even have a passport.
You don't think they're bonded through their through those green cards and those visas or whatever, those temporary visas? You don't think they're using those as bonds?
Those can be used as temporary. Those are temporary bonds. You see what I'm saying? But once but a lot of them are expired.
Right.
You know what I mean? They overstay the visa. The visa is nothing but a bond. You can get those. Anybody can get those.
That's
you know
why,
what I mean?
That's why Trump is sending
You can
them
sponsor
back
somebody and get a bond and bring somebody over here.
Bond.
You know what I'm saying? But
he probably can't hear you, Cake Lover.
Can y'all hear
I
me?
can't. Is he talking? He probably can't.
No, that's the sister, Cake Lover L.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, it's Cake Lover. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Empress?
How you doing, nonetheless?
I didn't know she was up here. All right.
Yes. Yeah. She said. Hey. She said. She can hear you clearly. I guess.
I can't even hear. Dag, bro. I can't even hear. All right. Maybe I need to come back in. Let me see.
Hey, just drop down. Hold on. Let me drop you down.
All right. Drop me down. Come back up.
And then I'm gonna let it sit for a second. Then I'm see if because that worked last time.
Yeah, I've been sitting up here for a minute, but I was just listening to the bill and like nonetheless was saying, you know, how yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can't hear nothing now.
I don't think you can hear.
Oh, you can't hear now?
No, I can't hear nothing.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, just go ahead and drop down, come back.
All right, I'll drop down, come back up. All right.
So, you know, that's the reason why Trump basically is kicking them all out, because it's costing more money than it is actually bringing it in. Because once they call those temporary bonds in, you're not able to make no more money off of those.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of people they forget that this is really about business and it's not really about personality and who likes who.
Right.
You know, we get, as the quote unquote public, we get so caught up into, you know, personality and who we don't like and who we like and who we rock with and who we don't rock with. At the end of the day, we forget that it's about business, and a lot of times it's a lot of shady business that goes on. A lot of backhand, underhand deals that's going on all the time. You know, like you were saying, that all of these different people are bonded, and with them being bonded, you know, as the public, you can go and you can call those bonds at any time.
Right. But it's just about how to go about getting that done cleanly.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I can hear now. Hey, sis,
Well,
how you doing?
they're supposed to have the bonds on. You know, it's supposed to be public record.
Yeah, and
the oath of office and the bonds is supposed to be on public record. You get a copy of it from the Secretary of State, and it's actually supposed to be on public record down at the courthouse. And a lot of times they act like, oh no, you know, it's not here. We don't know where you can get it from. And they have these blanket bonds. So with the blanket bond, they try to say, well, you know, everybody is covered under the blanket bond. Well, if everybody is covered under the blanket bond, then y'all in real trouble. Because if the people start calling for these bonds, then you're in a situation like here in Chicago, you're in a situation where it's not worth anything. You know, so many people in the public have called on their bonds where Chicago is in debt, like serious debt.
Right. Yeah. And that was the same. See, and Chicago's going to end up like New York because of all that debt. Then you're going to bring.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, look, Chicago so far in debt. They about to lose the Chicago Bears out here.
No, they did lose the Chicago Bears. They going to
Indiana.
Hammond, Indiana. And the crazy part about it is Hammond, Indiana is not even I'm going to tell you how bad it is. All right. It wasn't even Chicago, like the actual city who had to say, okay, yeah, we're going to, you know, pay the Bears such and such. It was the park districts. All right. So the Chicago Park District is so dirty. They sat there and let the Bears go to Hammond. Hammond, Indiana don't even have the money to even bring the Bears. They don't even have the infrastructure to bring the Bears in there. But they had to take them somewhere because Chicago was like, the Park District is like, we're not going to pay. The Park District just does whatever they want to do. And Chicago being a home rule city, you have that liberty where you don't necessarily have to follow the state legislation, which is the Illinois compiled statutes. You just have to follow the Constitution, but you can create your own rules and regulations. So it's really bad. Like Chicago is going like purposely. I see like Brandon and even with New York with Mondami, purposely they were actually there to literally take the cities down, New York and Chicago, literally take them down to the point where most of your designer boutique stores are leaving out of Chicago and New York. Like they're just leaving. When you had the richest company, which was Citadel, who left Illinois a couple years ago and went down to Florida, and then he went over into New York, and then Mondami just told him, oh, we're going to charge you, and you're going to have to be taxed more because you have all these buildings in New York. Now, mind you, he had already had a contract to hire over 30,000 residents in New York to work. The contracts was already in place. Instead, Mondami went in and said, okay, well, I'm going to tax you more. So he said, I'm leaving New York and I'm going right back down to Florida. So these mayors are literally there and are put there to destroy these cities. And it's no way you can tell me that they're not. Because the stuff that they do, it's not for the good of the city at all.
All right. Whew. I had to change my chair, boy. That chair. Damn, my back up. All right. Well, all right. So you guys pretty much know about cities and municipalities, right? Connected to military occupation.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on right now is based on all the corruption. And appreciate you having up here, K Glover. But I ain't that good at the going to screen and all that. You got to put something in the back and say, hey. But I would say based on
put something in the back too, Aton, that website.
Yeah, I clicked it. I got it.
Can I say something real quick, brother? What K Glover just said is a fact. When that New York mayor did what he did, they called him an agent.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally agree with what K Glover said. These mayors and these governors, they're brought here to basically take that entity down.
Yep.
But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Aton. Much love, K Glover.
Yeah. And you know, going along with that, K Glover, is like, you know, the corruption of everything that went on and the greed. Because the main focus at first was where we was at. And then they got people to work with that, which people like to consider to be white people. Then they brought more people in. And then they brought more people in. Then they brought more people in. And now white people on that totem pole as well. They fighting all these different aspects of things, and now they don't know whether they're coming or going. And we still been in the same position the whole time and still thriving. But under the circumstances, this system that is going on based on the infiltration that they want to get to, which was that communist, socialist, Marxist type of action where we just destroy everything, and really it turns it into a what you would call not a feudal, but really it turns into a monarchy where every conversation they're having, power comes into it. The mayor, power here, power there. The governor, power. You know what I'm saying? Senate, the Senate, the Assembly, or the Senate and the Congress, power. Who had power? Power to do all these things, and the people are not even being considered. Or ain't never been considered. But they acting like this whole shit just started yesterday. This has been going on for the last 100 years. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't understand why people be acting brand new. The military occupation of things, the foreign invasion, has been consistent, and it had to stay consistent until the fact where it came to a head, and the military came and said, "Hey, man, this got to stop. Like, this really got to stop now." You know what I'm saying? And now, what's going to have to take place, I mean, just got to be right now, okay, Glover, is that some of these cities going to have to go bankrupt. They're going to have to be torn all the way down from the bottom, and then it's going to bring all of the rats and roaches out into the light. And hopefully that they get what they just deserve. Now, my thing is this, and I say this all the time, K. Glover, once you put them on blast, you strip them down and bring them to the town square and let us deal with them. You wouldn't deal with our people. We don't care about you white folks. Y'all go on over there. Deal with your own people. We want to deal with ours.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, because when you look at these mayors, right? You got the mayor in Chicago, the mayor in New York, the mayor in LA, the mayor in Baltimore, all of the fraud that these mayors have been in Atlanta, all the fraud that these mayors have been a part of, and every getting rich off the backs of the other people. People are barely able to even keep their, they're still in their homes, with the property taxes right now. In Cleveland, Ohio, the city, the county actually just reassessed everybody's property, and so now older people can't even keep their homes anymore. Even with the homestead protection, they still can't keep their homes anymore. So now they're forced to go into a reverse mortgage. And so, with the reverse mortgage, they don't have to pay, but now their heirs got to pay. So the heirs going to have to come up with this money at the time of death, or they're going to have to sell it.
I'm glad you up here on that. I'm glad you said that too. A mortgage is a mortgage, right?
Exactly.
All right. Is it backed by security?
Yep.
Escrow?
Yep.
Investment?
Yep.
A note?
Yep.
There's got to be taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at the end of the day, I think all elders should get reverse mortgages. I mean, you get a reverse mortgage to purchase. You get a reverse mortgage on what you do. The one that you have, I think you should do that. But I think at the end of the day, we got to start dealing with the fiduciary responsibilities of that. Tell me everything, just like that brother has spoke about. Just like that brother was talking about that surety advance thing, where if you telling me I'm the surety for this issue, then that means that I should get reimbursed for that.
Right.
So if I come in with this and I give me my 1099s, give me the 8281, give me all the accounting of that, how much y'all need? Put your price in there. Let's get it on the front end.
And that's the thing with the reverse mortgage. Okay, so like I got a client in Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, right? Mm-hmm. So the mother is like 99. She's in the reverse mortgage. However, she's never taken a draw, or she didn't have the reverse mortgage since like 2009.
And she ain't never took a draw?
Never took a draw. Listen now. God. Never took a draw. never borrowed, not like nothing. So, we call the servicer because they claim that they the mortgage company, right? But we call the servicer and we're asking the servicer, well, why is it that the quote unquote statement that comes out every month that says that it's not a statement, right? Why is it saying that she owes $1.9 million? She's never taken a draw on the reverse mortgage. And so they look at it like, oh, well, the property value has gone up substantially. Okay, so the property value, we look around, the property value definitely has gone up because all of the houses in that same area is selling for X amount, right? So even with the property value going up, how is it that she owes 1.9 million? So we got down to it and we asked for the accounting. The county says that the accounting actually says she owed 100,000. Now, how do you jump from 100,000 to 1.9 million? You got this lady, 90-some years old, thinking that she got a bill for $1 million, almost $2 million.
Okay, I got two questions for you. I got my first, got my second. Okay, go ahead.
And so, this is the games that they play. And they're like, oh yeah, it's just $100,000, but she doesn't owe it. Her heirs will owe it at the time of death. So all they have to do is, as long as she's still living, it'll go down. It'll continue to go down by itself, but then they'll just have to pay the rest of it.
All right. So my first question is, and it's going to be rhetorical for right now, for you to think about. Number one, why is my agreement that I already have for the amount of the reverse mortgage that has already been set in stone, what does the market have to do with that amount? That's number one. Number two, what made the 100,000 turn into 1 million? Now, I'm gonna answer my own question. Number one, that influx, that peak and valley deals with the market, deals with Wall Street. The market is always based off the Fed, which based off, Fed being the Federal Reserve, based on the inflation amount of what goes on at that time. Because as it goes up, it could then drop based on what goes on, how they want to dictate the interest rates. Now, that's one thing. Now, if they said that, then that means that they've actually hypothecated that. Right. So they pretty much fractionalize off that thing because that's the 1 to 9, right? That's that 10, that's that 10 times deal.
Right.
On the B. You got a record of that, boom. You should definitely do a B on that bad boy. Easy. Now, the other thing I would do with that is also get that thing audited. Now, you could get it audited through the IRS as well. You get it audited through the SEC and check and see if you can pull that. I have some resources. Maybe we could talk about that. Now, the other aspect of it, of the paying back something. I haven't taken a draw.
Right.
Why can't you just go ahead and draw that and tell them, take that draw and shove it up your ass, and that's payment? Why can't that happen?
Yeah, I mean, even and they doing the same thing. It doesn't matter what state or county you're in, right? They're doing the same. I got a client in LA. It's the same situation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, they have these, they have these elders go into these reverse mortgages and they don't have it. And then the other thing is this. They actually have you still paying. You're not supposed to pay taxes in a reverse mortgage, right?
Right.
But the reverse mortgage companies, the servicing companies, what they're doing is they wait until the taxes are past due to pay the taxes. And so the taxpayer, they think, oh man, I have to pay the taxes or I'll lose the house. And they end up paying the taxes. You think that they giving them the money back from paying the taxes? No. No, 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 no.
Right.
Nope.
So
the taxes are paid, and the reverse mortgage company is not paying the taxes because the homeowner is paying the taxes.
have you pulled the deed of trust on that reverse?
Oh yeah.
Is it one or two?
Right now it's two now.
Yeah, it's usually two. One is dealing with that company, and I guarantee you that company that did the initial is probably out of business, probably a shell corp. And the second one usually has the Secretary of HUD on it.
Yeah, all of them have Secretary of HUD on it. See, what they do is, the reason why they bring HUD in is they bring HUD in so that when HUD says, okay, you can't just foreclose on the home when the person passes away, you got to give the heirs a little bit time to decide on what they're going to do, right? So you can sell it to HUD, the heirs can sell it to HUD, and then HUD, sell it to whoever. But my thing is this: when HUD became a lender, like when did HUD become a lender, and when did HUD start just having property?
Well, there you go. That's Fannie Mae.
Residential properties at that.
Yeah. 1 through 4. Yeah, that's Fannie Mae,
Not
Freddie Mac,
commercial, but
Ginnie Mae.
residential properties that they own.
Right. Well, that's the switcheroo, because really what they have done is they guaranteed it, right? They guaranteed these loans, right? As 18 USC subsection 8, 315118. They actually guarantee them. And it's through that process. But nevertheless, if you look at the because I got family that had the same situation. So when you look at the second deed of trust, the second deed of trust is coming through the secretary. They're saying that the funds is coming from HUD. HUD is actually, they're pulling the draws from HUD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So we're on the same page. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. That's just the whole process. So this is why I always talk about repurchase agreements. That's what it is. It's a repurchase agreement, and it's what you would call a consolidated debt obligation.
Right.
If you know what I'm saying. So if you did the accounting on it, so if you did the accounting, it's $100,000. You can automatically drop that. Now, the other thing about this company, because I'm pretty sure it's a debt buyer or somebody that bought a note. So once that thing is given up, that company's out of business. We was talking about that on the other end on Smoke Channel, is that if that company is out of business or if they're not licensed in that state or anything of that matter, that thing is out of here. And you can report that to HUD.
Right.
Because Scott Turner, the secretary, that brother had been very clear about how they was redoing things, because they was using Fannie Mae, you know what I'm saying, in order to secure, to bundle these things up. So they was using Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae in order to bundle these things up.
They use Ginnie Mae to pull them in.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see them. You'll see the pulls. On Ginnie Mae, you'll see the QSIPs. You'll see it. You can see it right there.
Okay, so you got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, you can do a B. You can do a B on that easy. You do an A, B, C, and you can do an OID.
Right.
Because you got all the necessary functions. If you look up 26 CFR 1.1275-3, that's the OID. It tells you exactly what's supposed to happen. So in that 8281 form is the whole breakdown of that initial application, that application note. The application note, the initial application they fill out, that gives all the pretenses of it, the APRs and all that, and the maturity date, and with that deed of trust. Deed of trust, those deeds of trust are shady.
Right.
They give you the information too as well, so that'll be able to. But if you got the QSIP number, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I would just say, look,
so you know, the problem is this, right? You have these you catch these servicing companies all the time, because they'll say that they are the holder and that they have an enforceable debt, right? But then when you start asking them simple questions like, okay, well, what's the QSIP number on it? What's this on it? What's that? And send me, you know, the original, you know, or send me a copy of the original. They can never do any of that because you're just a servicer.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah.
And so then later on, when you start asking them, then they say, "Oh no, we're not the holder. We're just the servicer." But hold on, I have actual documents where you said that you was the holder, and I got those documented on county records saying it.
That's a quick 1692E right there.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's a quick 1692E. That's false representation. I mean, you could hit them real quick.
So when you go do the quiet title on it, it's simple. It's so simple because they've already incriminated themselves.
Right.
You know, they continue to lie and say that they have these enforceable, you know, contracts, and they have these enforceable debts when y'all know y'all been sold that off. And you know that such and such is only the servicer.
Is there any assignments? Did you check it to see if there's any assignments that have been recorded?
That's what they always say. They assigned it over to another company. Like they are telling on themselves.
Yeah, they just don't expect us to, number one, have the money, buy a lawyer. Number two, they know that lawyer ain't gonna prosecute that. That's too much more money because that's setting precedent.
And they don't think that we even understand what's really going on. So when I filed a complaint with the AG, and you tell the AG that you assigned the contract over to another company, but previously you didn't send me letters saying that, oh, I need to pay this, or you're going to foreclose, or you're going to repossess. How you going to foreclose and repossess? But then when I put the complaint in with the AG, you tell the AG, no, oh, we assigned that over to another company. Come on now. So so basically you would have repossessed and you would have foreclosed, and I would have not known any of this at all. Not even knowing that you really don't have the enforceable debt. Not knowing that you really aren't you're not even licensed. You know, you gotta be they gotta be licensed to be able to be lenders in these states, and they're not licensed.
Right. Now, well, when I'm going back to my Uniform Bonding Code document, do you see any violations on the Uniform Bonding Code? Right? Is 241, 242? Is that something? Is something that could be enforced and what you would consider to be a mortgage contract?
Definitely. Okay. Yeah.
Because you got malfeasance, you got malpractice, you got libel, you got slander, and these things are in writing. They're being recorded, not just filed. They're being recorded and published in the public records. Without verification. See, this is where the thing goes down, and then you have the county recorders who are recording these faulty documents.
Right.
That's where the thing goes down. That's why
that's your evidence right there. You get a certified copy. Come on now. None of your business said you don't need a lawyer at that point, right? No, you don't need a lawyer. You look, this is the thing. Every state has protections for consumers, right? So the attorney general is the one that's supposed to make sure that all of the consumers are treated fairly in business. I say all the time, the businesses are the biggest scammers. It's the business, and I'm not talking about like your mom and pop. I'm talking about these large corporations. They all registered in Delaware. Most of them are registered to do business in Delaware, and then they're foreign entities in other states to be able to do business. Like for instance, the three quote unquote credit bureaus, which are agencies really. You have
They're private agencies at that.
exactly.
Yeah.
You have Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. TransUnion is not even registered to do business in the state of Ohio. So how is it that you can put on someone's consumer report that's a resident of Ohio from TransUnion? Like, and nobody is saying anything about this. Nobody. It's like, okay, you know, we're gonna keep doing whatever we want to do and rock it out the way we want to rock it out. Here it is. I got a client where we're in arbitration right now against Ally Financial because Ally Financial created a risk, which is a car contract, when they had already previously voluntarily surrendered their license to be a lender in the state of Illinois almost 12 months before they even created the contract. This is the type of business that they're doing and that they've been doing. Everybody should start looking at your car payments. Look at the contract. If you don't understand the contract, take pictures of the contract, put it in AI, and tell AI to explain the contract to you. And I guarantee you, AI is going to be able to point out so many. Tell AI AI, find all violations based on the legislation of my state. And it's going to be able to find so many violations for you. I guarantee you that your mortgage and your car loan is being serviced by a servicer. That is not the originator of the actual contract. That is just the servicing company. That's the one that's going to call you every month and say, oh, you're late. When you going to make the payment?
Yeah, the debt collectors. That's it.
The debt collectors. That's it. Everybody needs to start doing it. The more of us that start doing it, the more of us that start standing on. And as soon as you find it, you go and you look and see if they're registered to, and if they're licensed, if they register as a business to do business in the state. And a lot of times they aren't. And then you go and you look and see if they are licensed. Same thing with these debt collectors. I know there's a lot of states that says that they have to be licensed to be a debt collector. Virginia, you don't have to be licensed to be a debt collector. But a lot of states, you have to be licensed to be a debt collector. Stop letting these people play with you. A lot of people, robbing Peter to pay Paul, trying to figure out how they're going to, pay for their children's school and how they're going to do this because look, a lot of these people you don't even owe because you didn't even have a valid contract with them from the word go. So stop letting them play around with you. Telling everybody, y'all need to start looking and start reading. If you don't understand it, AI understands it.
Yep, that's right. Now your business always also put this moral turpitude up, right? So it's actually TUR. Moral turpitude is something that is more specific in California, and that usually deals with attorneys, right? One of the things that stands out in moral turpitude is half of the truth is a full lie. Now, the other thing that stands out is a Supreme Court case law, Trinzi versus Pagliaro, where these attorneys come in with declarations without bringing a real party of interest from that company who they supposed to be representing as the plaintiff in any type of action, especially dealing with contracts, mortgages, cars, or whatever, credit, whatever it might be. 9 times out of 10, well, I would say 9.9 times out of 10, that attorney firm bought the debt.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where a lot of things now, the quiet title action, with a house, I got another approach to that, and I'm gonna hold off on. I got a whole nother approach, and it's also, well, not also, but it's close to the same thing I was saying about summary judgment. If you exhaust all your administrative remedies and you do everything prejudicial, you get everything sealed up, everything dealing with quiet title, prove this, prove that, everything that we've been saying, everything that K. Glover L has said up to this point, you don't need to come in and file any type of action for them to respond and answer. They already have been defaulted based on you doing the 90 days. On the 91st day, that's accounts receivable. It's done. There's no need to be asking for anything. You demanding, you make that claim, and you demand summary judgment because all of these other entities, we went to the AG, we went to the DA, we went to all the different avenues in regards to our claim of what these people was doing. And we're seeking damages and monetary damages and quiet title.
Yeah.
Before we even get there, we went to the county recorder, said, hey, that's faulty. That's affidavit. And they won't file my affidavits. They will not file an affidavit in the county recorder here in California. They will not do it, especially when it comes to real property. You know what I'm saying? They will not do it.
What you mean they won't file an affidavit?
They won't file no affidavit. None. Did it a few times and had other people do it, everything. Property. I mean, everything is straight. They said we don't file affidavits here.
So hold on, they won't file an affidavit on the property or just like miscellaneous?
They won't file the affidavit, period. Now that miscellaneous thing in California, that shit don't fly here. I tell you. I mean, if you got a better way, I'm all ears because I've been trying to figure out how to do a miscellaneous filing. They don't do that. They say we only do an affidavit of this, we do affidavit of death, we do it only has to deal with probate type stuff. But anything outside of that, they won't file it. They will reject it. Yep.
One of the things that
they will follow UCC3 though.
And I've been able to get my client filed their land patent in California.
Yeah. That's
starting all the way back to the Treaty of Guadalupe. Like I've been able to get their land patent filed.
Okay, yeah. That's something different. That's something different. I'm talking about the affidavits in regards to affidavit of fraud, affidavit of shit. I gotta look at these affidavits.
So like affidavit of fraud just on the
in regards to their in regards to those non-judicial foreclosure document instruments, getting all that stuff, especially when they come in with these trustees deed upon sale. Based on that, they still won't file.
So you trying to get it filed in the county record or just trying to get it filed in the case?
No, on the county record, in the county land records.
Right.
Yeah, they won't file it. But prior to that,
prior to
that, check this out, K. Glover. But prior to that, we've already talked to the Sacramento County or the Los Angeles County tax assessor. They said, yeah. I said, do you guys accept affidavits? Yeah. I said, well, why aren't they filed? She was like, oh no. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I haven't had like I've been able to, like, whenever we switch it over to a trust, take it out of their name and put it into their own revocable trust. We add the affidavits in there, so we haven't had any problems. But I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't allow you to file the affidavit. Like, that's the only time I ever filed an affidavit in the land records is when we're switching it over from the person and putting it into a trust.
Right. Well, there you go. Just saying. Yeah. But like I said, I was able to do, because I was doing an affidavit of basically rescinding all those instruments based on the fact that da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? So what I did, I already had it in my back pocket. What I did. So that's why I say you can do UCC.
That's what I was about to say. You can always. I was about to say that. Anytime the counties act like, okay, we don't want to do this. Okay, well, just follow UCC on it.
Yeah. But that's why and I know why they do that. We found that there's another constitution that is actually in violation, and the Hidalgo Treaty, which basically says, that was violated. So that means the constitutions are null and void.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So that's another issue. They're operating. California is strictly operating from a piracy. I'll just say a piracy standpoint. So everything is done through the Uniform Commercial Code.
Right.
Yeah. But like the layers is crazy. I mean, the layers is crazy. I mean, if you got it where you got the trust set up and all that, it's cool. But, for whatever reason, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah.
Lexus.
Yeah, she was saying LexisNexis. Yeah, LexisNexis. Look, all these, I'm telling everybody, it's gonna be the best $360 that you ever pay for. Get you a federal trademark with the USPTO, and all these data brokers, all these debt collection companies, send them a cease and desist. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is. You don't have to go back and be arguing with them, all this. No, there's no arguments. Cease and desist. This is a federally protected trademark and copyright. And the thing about that is, whenever they don't, you can actually get the federal attorneys with the USPTO to sue them, and they'll do it on your behalf. Well, on the behalf of the trademark. And you ain't got to pay.
Do that. You can do that with your name, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, with your name.
Yeah. Because I know some people say they had problems in certain states, and so I heard somebody had an idea to just do a sole proprietor and just copyright that. It's still in your name. You get sole proprietor as in your name, and then
you can
do copyright that.
That's another thing you can do, so you can do business in the name.
Yeah, the DBA.
Yeah, the DBA. You can do DBA, so you can do business in the name. You get the trademark protection on it. So if anybody is, utilizing it without prior authorization, Send them a cease and desist. That's even the courthouse, the clerk of court.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best thing to do if you're just starting out. You really want to, get free from a lot of things. Do that first. I'd always say, yeah. I forgot. I'm glad you brought that up. That's like the first thing you do.
Yeah.
When you first, when you first learning, getting this knowledge and stuff about what's going on, copyright that thing, like she said. Great. That's great advice. Yes.
They're gonna ask for a specimen. So what you do is the specimen is gonna be your business card. It's gonna have the name on it, address, email address, phone number. You take a picture of the card, you holding the card, and upload it to the application for the trademark. Make sure you have that specimen though, because they will say, hey, you got to amend this. It's an extra $150 to amend it.
Yeah. That's how you invest in yourself. I mean, a lot of people don't don't really want to invest in themselves and the knowledge. Man, you do that, you spend that money instead of doing, people. I mean, 350 is really not that much money. Then the extra 100, that's not that much, but it's going to save you a whole lot of, heartache and being robbed and going through things that you shouldn't be going through.
Right.
Especially some of these states with the UCC, they don't let you file under your name. So that's where the sole proprietor come in at. You can do that and then file it under that. There's ways around it. Or you can file UCC in another state. You don't have to do it in your state.
Nope. You can always file in another state.
Yeah, file in another state. So I mean, I was kind of discouraged because I remember, how it used to be. People was on here teaching this. But now I'm starting. I don't know if you see this, Empress, commercials now, telling people how to do all this stuff.
Yeah, they got commercials to tell you to set up your own trust and give them a call and they'll set it up for you. And they got
irrevocable trust. I'm like, wow.
Yes, but when we were saying it was like, oh no, you scamming.
Yeah, remember that? I know. Yeah. We tell people be secure party. Oh no, that's some sovereigns. I'm like, bro, oh my goodness. These white tees out here doing this, man. They got businesses now.
They've been doing it. They've been. This is the reason why they stay. Look, this is the reason why they stay in business. And if that business don't work, they just file bankruptcy and start another one. Keep it moving.
Exactly. Bankruptcy is part of the game. People don't understand that either.
Man, look.
That's a big part of the game. These white tees be getting out of jail by filing bankruptcy.
Yeah. That's the reason why when the feds come and they say they be back in 6 months, we be thinking that, we got to make sure that we got enough money saved up because, you're going to be gone for this amount of time and you got to put this person here and this person got to do that. No, you supposed to go file bankruptcy on that estate. You're supposed to file bankruptcy on that estate. It literally said when you go on the IRS website and you apply for an EIN, it literally says there's an option for an estate bankruptcy. That's how you do the bankruptcy.
Exactly.
You file it on the estate.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then you build up your business credit. After you do that, you should be, get your Dun and Bradstreet number.
Yep.
Start working through that. Don't work through the TransUnion and all that stuff because
exactly.
That's our biggest problem right there is you using that Social Security number.
Mm-hmm.
So once you bankrupt that, start establishing your entity and a business name, boom. Get your trust, transfer everything in on that. All to the races now, but
Man, the reason why a lot of people are afraid when they hear this information is because really the lack of comprehension and understanding. Because they see one person went through something like it's a one size fit all, and it's not. You're not going through the same situation that the other person went through. You don't know what they did. You don't know what they didn't do.
Yeah.
Facts. Facts.
But as we know, there's fundamentals to everything. There's a base fundamental to this process. You got to know who you are, and you got to know who you are not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at the same time, you need to know what? You need to know your opposition, or what we call KYP, know your personnel.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know that you are the master, and these other sides are the servant and doing nothing but servicing, as you mentioned earlier, you're nothing but servicing the loan. You're not the holder, you're not the lender, you're not the creditor, you're doing nothing but servicing this transaction or this credit installment contract. If people understand that first and foremost, and say, hey, wait a minute, I'm not the debtor, I'm the creditor, I'm the one that's doing this, and tell me more. Let's get to that part first. If you understand that, then you'll be able to move forward. And if what problems I think we've all had is people just sit back and not allow, but want people to do everything and not know it for themselves.
Right.
And then when something go wrong, then they want to get at you about it. Like, wait a minute, this is your life. This is your life. You getting this information because you're going to be the patriarch or the shepherd for the sheep that you were. And you can bring these people along with you. Well, this is how I distribute it, and how I explain to them. When you get this information, don't go back. You know what I'm saying? You go out and get, and you take this information, you help your people. That's how you become your own chief in your own village, or how you do that. You can help everybody out, and then it could be easy that way. But when I hear people whining and crying, people talk about stop crying and stop, how to do it, and they trolling shit. And all that whining and crying about something and this and something of that. What part did you play in that? None? Okay, well, you don't have nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? You didn't micromanage that issue. You didn't want to know it. You didn't want to learn it properly and be able to execute, because all the paperwork in the world is good. But if you can't spit that, they will, with all the super paperwork in the world, they still twist your ass up.
Right.
Get you right into a debtor's position again. I've seen it done. I mean, they'd be like, well, they're going to do this. That's what you want them to do. I mean, I hate to say it, you want them to go outside of their body and outside of their position to violate you in any way possible. That is your evidence. This is what we're talking about. This is how you repair and get things. That's how you get things repaired, how you get things restored. But you got to know what questions to ask. You got to know how to ask the questions. And you got to go at a snail pace. It's a marathon, not a sprint. People want something done. And the other thing is that, give me another minute. Other people are looking at the money.
Oh, man.
They looking at the value. That's all they got their mind on. This $100 million ain't about that. It's about being solvent, free and clear. And if you can get all those assets transferred and get them protected, get them in your schedules, get control of it, I should say. Then you can go talk about getting these credits and getting these fundings, and then being able to monetize on a whole nother level. Well, you're trying to kill all that stuff that happened in the past that you was pretty much not ignorant of, but not knowledgeable about.
No, yeah, we just didn't know because we wasn't told. Nobody came and told us. This is just what we learned, and upon learning it, look, this is the thing. For every opposition, you're supposed to study them. So if your opposition is, a lot of brothers, if your opposition is child support, you need to study the county. You need to study that application that Shorty filled out on you to get the child support order. You need to study the administrative process that they're using. You need to study. Look, I go beyond. I find every judge's, magistrate's phone number, address, email address. I find they family information. I need to know who is who, because I need to know what I'm up against. You have to be a detective because they already got the drop on you. And who is it that they can have the drop on you? And you don't have the drop on them. These are public servants. They're supposed to be an open book. So once you start dissecting who these individuals are, who they work for, what type of contracts was signed, what was created and produced in order for them to get these orders against that name, and you and your family are affected and harmed from it, but you're going to have to do the work. Like nobody, if you're not willing to pay somebody to do all this for you, then you're going to have to do it yourself. And it's better that you do it yourself because now you have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on what needs to be done. So when the next op come, you know exactly how to get to business.
Right, and you know what questions to ask, especially when you're dealing in that situation. You're gonna say, well, why is this, like that? Why is this my family in an Article 1 court?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like this is not this is family should be private.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you're like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be a private matter. This should be at least in the Article 3 situation here. Why am I talking about money? Automatically money is dealing with Article 1 courts.
Right.
So it's going to carry you into other situations when you start understanding what Article 1, Article 2, Article 3 courts are. So when you understand public and private, it's going to start opening up your eyes to what the type of game is being played on. Okay, wait a minute. So this is a debtor, courts right here. They saying I owe a debt.
Yeah.
So you're going to start almost like you're doing an exercise, and you're going to ask the right questions. It's going to lead you somewhere. Because look, when I got to the point, it was almost like I got to the point where I studied so much that it got to the point where I can just think and then immediately go on the internet and find all my answers right then and there, just from thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, bam, whatever situation is, I might be laying in bed and I pick up my computer, like, okay, you're going to find the answers yourself. You're going to get to the point where you don't have to, you're not going to need anybody to tell you anything. You might need some suggestions just to keep your mind sharp, because you're getting bombarded with a whole lot of information. You're getting downloads all the time. It's a beautiful thing once you learn it. That's why I want people to learn it. And yeah, it's going to be tedious. It's going to be times where you're not going to feel like it's going to get boring and all that stuff. But one day you're going to get to that point where you're going to know every single answer to anything. You're going to know somebody's scamming. You're going to know somebody's lying. You're going to look at these politics. You're going to know every single word. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So I always encourage people to learn it. You know what I mean? Don't go these templates, because I think they designed it that way. You know what I'm saying? Where people can't do this for you.
Right.
You know what I mean? They designed it that way. After a while, I started learning, like, man, when you get to that point, like, man, can't nobody do this for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a lot of people that taught me some stuff earned.
Uh-huh.
And I came back and I showed them what I did. They was like, oh. You put your own thing on it, huh? I was like, yep. I had to make it me.
Yeah.
They was like, okay, they say you're gonna be good at what you do, because you ain't just following he said, because they was like, every situation is different.
Yes.
That was well said, nonetheless, by the way. But I got something because I'm thinking about the Carmelo Anthony situation, and as my mind works, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at, that's why I brought up the Uniform Body Code, and I've been reading off some of these definitions of what they got him for murder. And I took that murder and I jumped around through the words and the definitions to the next word, to the next word, to the next word. And it all came down to his agreement on something.
Yep.
Came down to more of a civil situation, right? And then I said, well, shit. Yesterday I said, if I'm filing the claim, I mean, in this situation where you have this, what I read on the Uniform Body Code, Title 41, conspiracy against rights, then you have civil rights violations behind that. $350,000 per. You go, okay. Well, my first lead defendant is my attorney. He getting it first. Based on the fact that I just read this and they all have this agreement in the union not to pretty much sell each other out. You are my first defendant. Why are you suing me? Because you sold me out. Prove it.
Before you even get there, Aton, I'm suing my parents first. Yeah, them the first ones.
You stupid for that.
No, for real, they catching it. They gonna be the first ones to catch it.
Spoken like a real Chicago woman.
Yeah, they gonna catch. Look, they catching. Look, the parents getting it first, then the attorney and everybody else that was a part.
You actually serious, ain't you?
What you say?
You serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. First of all, look at this. I don't even.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. You want to sue your mama and your dad?
Look, when I look at the whole situation,
that's against the law. I mean, you could. I mean, this might be right.
At this whole situation, right?
All right, I'm going.
And I'm looking at it from the eyes and ears of a certified expert witness. All right. So I'm not emotionally attached to this situation. But when I look at it, you have all these children that's in this tent and nobody videotaped the incident. Then you have all these children that's running after him at a track meet and nobody has this on video. When have you known this younger generation who keep their phone in their hand is glued to their hand, always on the internet, and nobody took out their phones to video any of this? To me, it don't look. To me, it really looks like the parents sold him out. I'ma just keep it real. And then when you look at the parents' ties, and you see, oh, the father and the mother is a part of this lodge, and this and this and that. It seems unrealistic in this day and time. Now, maybe 15, 20 years ago, yeah, nobody was walking around with, phones in their hand all day, every day, and, pulled out their phone. But we pull out our phone for everything. We video everything. And no video has come to surface. And just me and living in a situation similar to that, like for instance, my husband's baby brother, he was in a similar situation where there was a shootout when he was younger. And they got him up out of here. He was on the run for years until one day he got caught because he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing in California, and they extradited him back to Illinois. But there was no way that parents who really love you and care about you will let you sit there and ride that out like that, especially in somewhere like Texas. Are you for real? No. No. I can't see it. I cannot see that. at all. Yeah, the parents is the first one, and then everybody else.
Well, you got a point, but it has to be done properly. As the executors, they can be sued. You can't get them. Based on them failing to do their duty to protect him.
Right. That was my question, because at the time when it happened, he was still a minor. He was under 18, right?
Yep. 17.
Yep.
Right. So how he get that many years? He was a man. I don't. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. They still is his guardians.
Exactly.
See, back in the day, right? It's probably still like this. Remember, if your child did something, if they were still a minor, you got charged for it. The parents get charged for it.
Still is. DC just put out that law for the summer.
Yep. Thank you. That's what I was
your
wondering.
kids running around outside past curfew, the parents are getting charged.
I was wondering why nobody brought that up. That's simple.
Right.
The parents should have took the parents. Yup, she right, because the parents should have took some responsibility in that.
Right. Okay. So, all right, there we go. Okay. All right. I'll give you that. Give you that. Now, first, but all of them getting it though, right? Attorney getting it. So it's a trickle down effect. So the attorney getting it based on the fact he didn't disclose all the things to me, did not give me all the rights that I should. You pretty much put me up under a statutory subrogated case. You didn't do your investigation, ineffective counsel, because why did you challenge the fact or recuse the attorney and the judge for conflict of interest that they knew each other or related to each other? That's number two. Number three, you didn't bring a constitutional question to this thing. And you didn't do your due diligence, obviously. You know what I'm saying? So then the DA getting it. The judge is getting it. The officers are getting it. So everybody has to get that because they had him under the guise of what you would consider to be a crime. But the end game was to put him in servitude, involuntary servitude, in peonage. It's against the law. Can't do it. So under their bonding code, right? Under their bonds, you have a claim. They'll say, well, he was tried in front of a jury of his peers. No, he wasn't. It was moved to a different location. And it was about, well, the whole jury was white. Yeah, in a place where he's not familiar with. All of that. You see what I'm saying? All of that lays out. Now, if you coming in the name of the state of Texas, if the state of Texas is bringing that claim, they just subrogated that case in the name of that young man that passed away. They subrogated that case. So that then makes it, who is the real party in action? Well, let's look. Let's look here. Let's look here. So we can get a clear idea. Let's look here. Let's go to, oh, my bad. Oh, we right in the same pocket right here. Let's go to attorney. There we go. All right. So we have attorney right here. We have a turn. We have a torn, right? So we have right here, that first thing right here says what? To a torn means to turn over, to transfer to another money or goods, to assign to some particular use or service, to consent to the transfer of a rent or reversion, to agree to become tenant to one as owner or landlord of an estate previously held of another. So that means, okay, K. Glover L., that means the executor and the executrix, meaning mama and daddy, just gave permission to release him over to them. Now, when we come down here, Right? We got attorney, to attorn, to transfer or turn over, to appoint an attorney or substitute. Right? So we come down here, attorn with the E, and attorney. And we're at an attorney. In the most general sense, this term denotes an agent or substitute or one who is appointed and authorized to act in the place or stead of another. An agent or one acting on behalf of another. Let's keep going.
Hey, but Aton, look. It's a strategy, but I get what she's saying, because we talking about strategy though, bro. Look, just hear me out. The strategy behind that is that, if you go by her strategy, right? They're either going to throw the case out because they don't want that type of knowledge on the record, where you can sue your parents, or do you say, well, why do you bring up the fact that the parents' bonds should be held in in evidence because he's still a minor? They're not going to want all that in the public. He wouldn't have got that much time if they had went that route. If you're talking about strategy wise, you know how they do.
Okay, if they would have did what? Run that back.
The strategies behind that is this. What she's saying is, if you go and say, well, we can sue the parents, you go down that rabbit hole and put that in the transcripts where people can study and say, wait a minute. They start seeing bonds and seeing birth certificates, and you start saying, well, the state is responsible for the parents and the custodial and the wardship over the child. All that stuff will come out. You see what I'm saying? To the point where they're going to make sure that this doesn't go to trial any further, because that information will now be in case law.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
This is why what you're saying is lawyers are working for the system, because they know that stuff is going to come out.
Right.
You feel me? This is why lawyers we that's got this man out of jail. The lady, she just got him out of jail, and not even an attorney. And me and you, Aton, no. Aton, you know that man, if they would have let somebody like the sister up here represent him, he wouldn't be locked up.
That's right.
We know he wouldn't have been locked up.
That's the point. That's the point.
I know.
That's why I want to attorney.
Us three up here with our knowledge, bro. We not lawyers. I know for a fact that young man wouldn't have been locked up, bro. If even one of us had did that stuff. How about you, Aton? If you you know what you know that black man wouldn't have been locked up.
Absolutely not.
How much? Thank you. That's all we. That's why you going over and see these attorneys, bro. Oh my goodness, man. They are crooks. They are just like the Bible. They are snakes and bro. They are demons. That's pretty much what you're going over right now, showing how demonic they are, man.
Yeah, and this is just all I'm just saying, man. That's all I'm saying. They're barristers. It says right here. This is the definition. That's why I like fourth.
And they don't work for us.
They don't work for us. Barrister, counselor, and solicitor. In some states, as well as in the United States, Supreme Court attorney and counselor are distinguishable, former term being applied to the younger members of the bar, those who carry out practice. Now, we come down here and we go to, where is it at? Attorney of the wards, attorney certificate, attorney lien, letter of attorney, power of attorney. Where'd that thing go? Where's that shit at? Damn it. I thought I had district attorney. Where was that? Okay. So in American law. No, that's the attorney general. The president has a department. All right, y'all go ahead. I gotta look. Hold on. Let me bring this down.
I like that though, cause as a parent, you should tell you. It's like if that would have happened. Wow, that's a genius way to think about it. Cause if your child is still a minor, you as a parent, you should tell your child to sue you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You that protector. Be like, son, sue me. I'll take see if they're gonna put this on the record. You know what I mean? As your guardian, you know what I mean? We're gonna see who the true guardian is out here.
Man, I don't know where I seen that at. Thought I saw it. Let me see what district. I thought I saw something on.
What you looking for?
Looking for a district attorney.
Okay.
I was looking for a district attorney. I thought I had it in this thing. Thought it was in Black's Law because I had looked at it the other day. And it said somebody that works for the government.
Let me see something real quick.
There it is. There it is. I knew I had it somewhere. All right. So a district attorney, the prosecuting officer of the United States government in each of the federal judicial districts. So, all right. Hold on. Make sure my thing is working. Yep, it's working. All right, so if you guys look at it from this perspective, if a district attorney is a prosecuting officer of the United States government, not the state, the United States government in each of the federal judicial districts. So you got the district court, right? You got the district court, right? So you got federal district courts. So that means they're actually bringing the case in. They're bringing the cases in. I mean, I was looking at this for another reason the last time, but if you're looking at it from this perspective, the district attorney actually works for the federal government. So this state of Texas incorporated in, right? So let's do this real quick. I'm gonna go bring this down. And then we're going to look up real quick, just so we can confirm, because I keep saying incorporated in. I'm about to, let me see. When was Texas incorporated? All right, here we go. Let's go quickly. Entire screen. There we go. Bingo. Bango. So, hold on. Let me close this door. It's loud ass goddamn fucked up motorcycle. All right. So Texas was incorporated as the 28th state of the United States on December 29, 1845. Man, I hate motorcycles. Hey, look. So if they've been incorporated, right? So let's take a little bit further. 28th, they're incorporated. What is incorporation? And how is it applied? Just gonna go quick search. We ain't gotta do nothing. So it says a corporation is the process of legally establishing a business as a separate entity from its owners. So if the owners is the state, right, you got the 10th Amendment. The owners is the state, meaning the people, right? In the 10th Amendment of the Bill of Rights, the state or the people, as it says in California's 10th Amendment, or the United States of America's 10th Amendment Bill of Rights, it says that it brought in the name of the state or the people. So the state and the people are the same. So if you incorporated something, that means you took the power from the people. All right. Now, you had then had legally established a business, though, as a separate entity from its owners. So that means the Texas Republic versus the state of Texas, two separate entities. Right? So providing benefits like limited liability and tax advantages. It is applied by filing articles of incorporation with the state, which outlines the business structure and purpose. So if we look at it from that perspective, the state of Texas incorporated in 1845 is a business, a corporation. Now, when we come down here, we look at the district attorney. The district attorney is the prosecuting officer of the United States government in each of the judicial districts. I'm going to mute you real quick, brother. So, if the district attorney is the prosecuting officer of the United States government in each of the federal judicial districts, right? So let's come back here. Let's go to where we see judicial districts, because the bottom line is somebody's watching this. They're gonna watch it later, and they're gonna understand what are judicial districts in Texas. Okay, so there we go right there. All right. All right, what are the district courts federally in Texas? Let's look at it. Texas has 4 federal judicial districts: the Northern District, Southern, Eastern, and Western District. This is what they're talking about. That's for the United States. And I'm going to go right down here, and then we'll bring it all the way down, and then we'll say these are for the United States, correct? And these are for the United States government, correct? And that is a yes. That's a yes. So now there's no confusion, no question what judicial district they're talking about. So now, since we got the district attorney, the prosecuting officer of the United States government, each of the federal judicial districts, basically the district attorney, the state of Texas, actually is a subcorporation, Title 28 USC. What is that? 3002. 3002, subsection 14 and 15. Not in the form of the state, the Republic state, Texas. We're talking about the state of Texas. You with me? I don't need you to follow me. I just need you to be with me on this. See where I'm going with that. You got any questions? Put them in the chat or come up here and ask me. Also, under the state governments, the prosecuting officer who represents the state in each of its judicial districts. In some states where the territory is divided for judicial purposes into sections called by some other name than districts, the same officer is denominated county attorney or state's attorney. Okay? So any court that is considered to be a district court, if it says district court in your state, it is a court of the United States, each having territory jurisdiction over a district. Where United States have territorial jurisdiction. If we look at what territorial means, it means occupation, control, either by force or by complicity. All right. So now we know we have another cause of action here that this, right? So this district attorney, we're going to come back here. What is the name of the elected attorney in Texas? No, not what the name. What is the name? What is the title of the elected attorney in Texas? Let's see what that is. All right. It's the Attorney General. What about the counties? Each county in Texas elects a county attorney and or a district attorney, depending on the county's structure. County attorney, district attorney. So we know for a fact that that is what we know now. So now the question is, who actually has jurisdiction? What Supreme Court has jurisdiction? Is it the Texas Supreme Court or is it the United States Supreme Court? Is it the federal appellate courts or is it the state appellate courts? Who has jurisdiction? It's very important. You got to know what jurisdiction is. That is what? Isn't that the Sixth Amendment? I need to know what jurisdiction and venue am I being placed under. This is the key thing about special appearance as well. Talking about special appearance. See, this is where the attorney needed a foot in his ass. I'm here, especially with my client that I'm counseling here, not canceling, but counseling here, and he's here by special appearance as well. We need to figure out what jurisdiction we're in, what actions he's being brought under. Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, where we're at. I need the charges. I need to face any accusers that I have. One is not here. The only one that should be talking is his twin brother that was supposed to have been there. What verified statements do you have from anybody on the penalty of perjury or what took place at that time? I need all my exculpatory evidence, and I need you to supply me with any inculpatory evidence that can be considered to be exculpatory. Better yet, who are you serving? Because what they say is the people of the state of California, people of the state of Texas, in all caps, versus Carmelo Anthony in all caps. So,
yeah, what God are you serving?
That's what we need to know.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, that right there, that's personal jurisdiction. I mean, they pretty much got him. That's That's what you call a general appearance right there. That general appearance, you get what you get.
But
Now,
isn't a clue when you say district court, a clue is the capital of the district would be District of Columbia, right?
absolutely. Bingo. Check mark.
Right. That's what I mean. Just it should be that obvious.
But it's not obvious, obviously. But
Yeah, I
the
know.
bar attorney knows that. His attorney knows that. He's got a bar card. He knows that. Hey, look, mama and daddy, here, this is what's going to happen. You're actually turning him over to us. You're taking you're turning your executorship over to us to handle his affairs, his estate. You all right with that? They're gonna be like, what you mean? Explain that. Nah. Well, you don't need me. You can actually have me on standby and I can advise you. You know what I'm saying? Just on the laws, and I can interpret that for you. I can be your interpreter. Because really that's all they're supposed to be, is interpreters of that legalese shit that they got going on. They don't need to be speaking. Because if you're telling me that there is a penal sum out there, you got Standard Form 273, 274, 275. You have Standard Form 28. They probably took those signatures that he signed off on and his parents signed off on as individual sureties that they transferred over to him, and he took on the role of surety at that time because he's underage to be his custodian and his guardian at that time, and he pretty much turned his ass over. Now, this is my wild guess based on what I know. Common sense will tell me that's what happened. But if you're telling me that there's a sum certain out there need to be paid, that needs to be paid, just like Kay Glover said. You got 6 months. Really, from that time, you got 6 months, you got 90 days. On 91st day becomes account receivable. So if you tender that before the 90 days, you're not in default and they can't monetize it. It's already done. It's over. Now all we dealing with is the common law aspect of, hey, what happened? Now we deal with the the grand jury situation, all that. They supposed to be there. They got to be able to face their witnesses because all these people testified. And I guarantee that twin testified at the grand jury. But he didn't testify in the public though. So a lot of that stuff is done ex parte, meaning it's done without any opposition. See what I'm saying? It's that ex parte shit. But you know, if we know that off the rip, and he tells us that, then there's no what do they say? There's no what's it called? It's called controversy. There's no controversy, and I'm not saying I don't pay. When you say not guilty, this is one of the first things I learned. When you say not guilty, then you saying I ain't paying. So, but like I said, that's just the whole thing. And like I said, he already put up his bond, his bar card. His bond is already set. That bar card, that number, that what you call it? That well, that bar number, that attorney number that he has is his bond number. So when he puts that on the table, they already know they could tap into that. That's my bond right there. That's what I'm doing.
Hey, look, Aton.
Yeah.
He was underage, so he was supposed to have a guardian leader.
That's right, and that's what that guy did. I guarantee you, that's how he put it in. That's the ex parte conversation they had in the back, in chambers, which is hell. Is they went in there and they had the conversation. He put his shit up and said, "Yeah, all right, you got him. You got him. Yeah, you got him. Make sure I get my piece." And they signed off on that in that language, whatever that language is, and them contracts, Kate Glover. No, they actually, them parents signed off on that, and that's where I get where you come from on suing them.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, that's wow.
And that might be, and that as I'm thinking about it more, all bullshit aside, that might be brilliant.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. So I'm like, wow, that is brilliant what she just said, bro.
That might
Wow,
be
I never even
brilliant.
thought of that, but she right, 100% right. Wow.
She
Because
turned
I
them
was
over.
already thinking he was a minor. I'm like, how in the world he get 35 years? He under 18.
That's right.
What the hell? Unbelievable, bro. Bro, it's just our people need to learn this, man. This is proof right here that our people need to know this system, man.
At worst, that
At
shit.
worst.
At worst, that shit should have been manslaughter. But they ain't said nothing about what that white boy had on them. White boys keep knives on them. You think they didn't have nothing? Shit, that's Texas.
Right, in Texas, hell yeah.
Everybody stay weaponed up.
That's an open carry, yeah. That's an open carry state.
Open carry, everything. Everybody stay open.
Uh,
Come on now. I mean, at worst, he should have got manslaughter. He should have got 2 to 5. Being that he ain't never been in trouble, he definitely should have. You give him 5 and he gets out in 2. But that's just saying on a surface level. But I'm just saying at worst, you gave him 35. It's like, okay, we making a statement here. But yeah, I mean, yeah, think about it more. That is kind of brilliant because if the parents were negligent in what they were doing, that's going to go into now the parents going to have to snitch, dry snitch. Hey, this attorney told me this. Hey, we was going off what that attorney was saying. And then that's a domino. I K Glover. That's a domino effect. It's a domino effect. I bet you people think we up here crazy talking. We doing all this shit. That boy, we got big brains up here on this shit. We do this shit every day. So, that's what I'm saying. If you understand the fundamentals, it's not far-fetched about what we're saying. I mean, shit, we go all the way back to where we was born. We used to be born in houses. Now we born in hospitals. Speaking of hospitals, let me show y'all this. I wonder if you guys ever heard of this word. Let me do the whole screen. Good segue. Let me find it first.
man, to be honest with you, everybody should sue their parents for putting their name on the birth certificate and then putting that sue their estate because you're not really suing them. You're just suing the estate. If you got a trust and put that into you, man, oh my goodness. Yeah. I've never thought of that, but yeah. Every parent should be sued, bro. For real.
All right, check this. Have you guys ever seen this word before? Foundling? I was looking at that video I had up, the so-called white dude was up there teaching a class, and I didn't even get through the whole thing on the live, but as I was listening to it, he brought this thing up called foundling. He said a foundling location. Well, this is the definition, but he was talking about it from a perspective of the hospitals, right? So he said a foundling location refers to a place such as a hospital or institution established to care for abandoned or orphaned children. So where he was going with it, he was saying that you're going to have your baby in a hospital. Automatically, with the documents that you're giving them, you're actually telling them once the baby is out of your body and they cut that umbilical cord, it is now considered to be abandoned or orphaned. Reason why they create these birth certificates, and this is where these birth certificates come in. He said some wild shit. I was like, oh man, that's wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Interesting. That's that way out conversation, but yeah, man. Yeah, man. But you look at it, you can look at it from a lot of different perspectives, but I really want to focus on that. But what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do this because I have to do it. Boom. Let me go here. Bam. All right, so boom, we got that right there. You guys see that? When I changed the screen, can y'all see that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm not going to do that right now. Historical tax register list. This is more on some other business. I'm gonna get to that too as well. I don't know. I might open it up tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday. Usually, K Glover. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? I'm in my Sabbath. But under the circumstances, we'll figure it out. All right. So, based on the Uniform Bonding Code, just so we can put an end to it, right? We have Title 18, right? We will go straight to here we go. We go to civil rights, right? So here's our civil rights aspect of it. We have right here conspiracy against rights, deprivation of rights under color of law, exclusion of jurors on account of race or color. He has that one. Discrimination against person wearing uniform of armed forces. That's out. Federally protected activities. Let's click that. Let's see federally protected activities. Let's see if this fits. Nothing in this section shall be construed as indicating intent on the part of Congress to prevent any state, any possession, from exercising jurisdiction over any offense over which it would have jurisdiction in the absence of this section. Nor shall anything in this section be construed as depriving state and local law enforcement authorities of responsibility prosecuting acts that may be violations of this section and that are violations of state and local law. No prosecution of any offense described in this section shall be undertaken by the United States except upon the certification and writing of the Attorney General. That is in his judgment, a prosecution by the United States is the public interest and necessary to secure substantial justice, which function of certification may not be delegated. This applies. You know why this applies? It's because it's saying right here, the state has a duty. And the United States is giving them the opportunity, right? They don't want to deprive the state and local law enforcement authorities of responsibility for prosecuting acts that may be violations of this section. And that is what? Civil rights. So get it straight. Now, if the Attorney General, who oversees all these things, this is actually the district attorney that brought it in regards to working for the United States government under the Attorney General, and more importantly, under the Attorney General's watch. This fits. So they failed to do something. You also have what you would call misprision of felony and misprision of treason, depending, one or both. We have deprivation of relief benefits. We got hate crime acts. Let's look that up. Offenses involving actual or perceived race, color, religion, or national origin. Whoever, whether or not acting under color of law, whether or not willfully causing bodily injury to any person or through the use of fire, a firearm, a dangerous weapon, or an explosive, or attempts to cause bodily injury to any person because of the actual perceived race, color, religion, or national origin of any person shall be in prison not more than 10 years. Maybe. Why? Because it says through the use of fire, a firearm, a dangerous weapon, attempts to cause bodily injury to any person because of the actual perceived race or color, religion, or national origin. And it says whoever. So in the initial aspect, you still have that one twin still living. That at multiple times, him and his brother had jumped him. Allegedly, is what they say. Now, if they use bodily injury, and at the end of the day, they show the pictures of them two twins holding big guns. I don't know if y'all saw that in the beginning when it happened. They was carrying big guns and they was showing what they was doing, so on and so forth, in regards to how they would deal with a Negro. Maybe. Now, we come out of there. And we come over to the same actions, right? We got them and you got these public officers and officials acting under cover of law. Civil rights. Now, here's your 42 USC, which is on the civil side. You have your criminal and your civil. Right? So if we come over here and we deal with 1980 general. 19. Right? So we have right here 42 U.S. Code, Chapter 21, Civil Rights. We go generally right here. Let's blow it up. What do we have? Equal rights under the law. Yep. Damages in cases of intentional discrimination in employment. Nope. Property rights of citizens. Nope. Civil action for deprivation of rights. Yep. 85. Conspiracy to interfere with civil rights. Yep. Action for neglect to prevent. Yep. Sound like an E40 song, huh? Prosecution of violation of certain laws. Let's see. This could be. So if they don't do their job in arresting some of these people when it happens, then this can come into the fold as well. And if there's been instances where it happened to the young brother prior to this, then yeah, they could be. Criminal contempt proceedings, penalties, trial by jury. Let's see. No. So there we go right there. So now that you see that, let's go back over here to 18 USC. Let's come back here. And then let's go down to chapter 77. Now this is where it gets real. And Nunn was here yesterday, so he kind of saw where I was going with it. This is where this get very tricky here. But it can be powerful if used. If you look at Title 42 USC 1983, 18 USC in the 241s and on up, you're looking at these right here. Peonage, obstructing enforcement. But let's go back here. Before we come back here, we got vessels for slave trade, enticement into slavery, still into the involuntary servitude. So let me read these before we go into, because I already read them. This is more for anybody that wasn't here yesterday. Peonage is obstructing enforcement. Yeah. Vessels for slave trade. Got the attorney for that. And you can probably get the parents for that. Enticement into slavery. Yeah, that's attorneys. Police officers. Sell into involuntary servitude. You can probably get the parents and the attorneys on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Seizure, detention, transportation, or sale of slaves. Yep. Service on vessels in slave trade. Yep. Because we're looking at this term vessel, right? So you know what a vessel is. Okay, Glover knows what a vessel is. I know what a vessel is. It's not just what people might think it is. So we got possession of slaves aboard vessel. transportation of slaves from United States, forced labor, trafficking with respect to peonage, slavery, and voluntary servitude or forced labor. Bingo, right here. Unlawful contact with respect to documents in furtherance of trafficking, peonage, slavery. Right there. You see what I'm saying?
Man, he's hitting, yeah, you hitting out the park, bro. You're hitting home runs.
So there we go. We got civil remedies, civil injunctions. We got all these things that could happen. And the one thing I want to end off with is with I did that because I want to come back to 1994. Now, I don't know if anybody really heard of this, but I use it all the time. Peonage abolished. This in the notes goes all the way back. It derived from March 2nd, 1867. Chapter 187, subsection 1. All right. So it says right here. So the holding of any person or service of labor on the system known as peonage is abolished and forever prohibited in any territory, state of the United States. And all acts, laws, resolution orders, regulations, or usages of any territory or state which have heretofore established, maintained, or enforced, or by virtue of which any intent shall be hereafter be made to establish, maintain, or enforce directly or indirectly the voluntary or involuntary service or labor of any persons as peons in liquidation of any debt or obligation or otherwise are declared null and void. And it is not, and I repeat, it is not repealed. See, 1993, repealed. This one, not repealed. It's not repealed. Still there. Now, we know everything that has been done. We looked up the definitions in regards in the breakdown 2 or 3 days ago, where it says specifically that the definitions turn out to be on the assumption side a form of a contract, agreement, consideration, promise. So we know what those words mean. Now, the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to come over here to, let's go to writ of prohibition. All right, come right here to Cornell law. A writ of prohibition is a judicial order that may be used at a higher court's discretion to prevent a lower court from interfering with the higher court's determination of a case pending an appeal. Writs of prohibition are sometimes issued to prohibit a lower court from issuing orders over matters over which it has no jurisdiction. Alternatively, the writ may also be used to prevent relitigating issues that have already been decided by a higher court. So, in the Supreme Court, which is Article 4, full faith and credit, precedent, you bring in a case that you know as a judge and as an attorney, you should know as a lawyer, officer at law, something like that. You already know what these cases say. You already know what the judicial Article 3 says about some of these matters or what you're bringing. But you're actually bringing them in a way where you already know that you have no jurisdiction based on precedent. Now, let's come over here, right? Let's come back over here. Let's go to, so I ain't got to run through the Black's Law Dictionary. Let's go to Coram non juris. Now, all right. Okay, Coram non juris. is a legal term that refers to a situation where a legal proceeding occurs without the presence of a judge. Okay, what does that mean? That means that a judge isn't there. What type of judge? An Article 3 judge. This term is often used to describe cases that are held in an improper venue in a court that does not have the authority or jurisdiction to hear the matter at hand. In essence, it signifies that the legal process is not being conducted in accordance with the established legal framework. Okay. So that's quorum non judice. Now, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. We must go to Black's Law Dictionary. So let me do the whole screen, which I should have did in the first place. Entire screen. There we go. Bam. Bam. We ain't too far away. We're at district court. Let's go to quorum non judice. Quorum non judice. Quorum non judice. There it is. Quorum non judice. I like this better. This is better. In presence. Right here. In presence of a person, not a judge. Now we know under under United States Code, Title 1, Section 3 or something like that. Yeah, it was 8.3, one of them. Tells you what a person is. Under Title 26, we have 7701. Tells you what a person is. So, if quorum non judice meant what it said, the definition that I read just prior, and you have right here, in presence of a person, not a judge, what was actually going on with that young man at that time? At the same time, what was actually going on in that situation with the brother that lost his life to that child? In presence of a person, not a judge, when a suit is brought and determined in a court which has no jurisdiction in the matter, then it is said to be quorum non judice, and the judgment is void. All right. So, first thing, we have a writ of prohibition. Number one, take it to the higher court. I'm filing a writ of prohibition against this court based on the fact they did not have jurisdiction to hear the matter. Why? Because they're operate in personages, not as officials. Not officials. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go also to writ of quo warranto. Okay. A writ of quo warranto is a legal action that challenges an individual's right to hold a public office or exercise a corporate franchise. Challenges an individual's right to hold a public office or exercise a corporate franchise, asking them to prove by what authority they claim that position. It serves to ensure that no one unlawfully occupies a position of public importance. So at the same time, I put in a writ of prohibition along with a writ of quo warranto. We got something going on here. Now, a writ is an order. So if we come down here, we go to a writ. See if we go down to a writ here. See if we go down to the writ. There is the writ. TUVW. W. All right. Writ. A precept in writing, couched in the form of a letter, running in the name of the king, president, or state, issuing from a court of justice and sealed with its seal, addressed to a sheriff or the officer of the law, or directly to the person who action of court desires to command, either as the commencement of a suit or other proceeding, or as incidental to its progress. All right. So we have these writs, closed writ, writ. Let's see, peremptory writ, writ of a lot of writs. Writ of quare. No writ of quo warranto. No. They ain't give me that, huh? So they ain't give me that one. But that's what we have right there. Now, just wanted to give you guys an example, right? And so we can get a clear look at options. Right? The first thing is to kind of correct the record. Right? When you appeal, there's something about a court that was done in error. So if you're appealing it to the next level, or what you can do is you can file some form of objection or rescission, which they're not going to do, to the ruling. Some way you could challenge the judge's ruling, or you could challenge the jury's ruling in that matter. You know what I'm saying? In regards to make that happen, to get the ball rolling. What you also could do is send a writ of quo warranto to the judge, to the attorneys, and ask them, under what authority are you acting? Were you acting in these proceedings? Under what authority did you have to make that order or do anything in this matter under the status that you were in at that time, or what is considered to be your oath? Under what authority are you operating under? The other thing is that once that's established, you can actually go straight at that time. You give them time to answer and say you have this much time to respond. You don't do that at that time. You can actually send a writ of prohibition to the top level. You can go straight to the Supreme Court, or you can go to the appellate court. For the sake of time, you can send it straight to the Supreme Court and then let them run it down to the appellate court and work your way back from there. And in that prohibition, you do that, and you base it off the fact under quorum non judice.
Hey, Tom, that's actually a mistake people make, is not doing what you said instead of challenging. You know, a lot of people say with jurisdiction, you should always ask them what their delegation of authority is, not jurisdiction, the authority. That's actually the real way, because jurisdiction is not really. People just say that, but that's really not the issue.
Yeah, it's not the issue.
Yeah, it's where did they delegate their authority from?
Right, and that will automatically establish that they have no, not just jurisdiction, they have no voice. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you have no power to be. You shouldn't even be there. That's where the quorum non judice comes in, without a judge. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and then after that, your writ of prohibition, you send that up to the top and let that trickle on down. Now, what you got to do when you send these writs up, you got to address it to the chief justice over that district. Once you do that, you shoot it right up to there, and then let it work its way back down. I mean, then what you can do once you get a response, based on the facts that this is quorum non judice, no response to the quo warranto, no response to these objections of things that we had in regards to the manufacturing of this case. That ain't got nothing to, that just piles everything on the fact that your due process was violated. Well, your due process wasn't violated. I don't think so. If I have an incompetent attorney or ineffective counsel that pretty much turned me over and pretty much use my parents to turn me over and give you access as what you would consider to be administrator of, or custodian of me as a ward, shit, I got action. What's up, Nutty? You got it.
What's up, Nadi? You hear us, bro? What's up, bro? Oh, Nadi. You know when we first get on here, bro, we gotta get the operator. This like the old school. They got plug us in, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Every time y'all come up here, y'all got it.
I know, bro. We gotta get the operator plug us in like back in the day. Wait a minute, the operator's still working on his joint real quick.
Yo,
Y'all hear me? We hear you, Nadi.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I
What's up,
just
bro?
walked back in. My fault. What's going on, none?
No, I'm good. I'm good. You been listening for a minute? We've been going in. Aton going in, bro.
Man, I had one of my partners call me and tie me up on the phone for damn near 2.5 hours, man.
I know.
I'm sitting here saying, man, I'm trying to get back to the show. I'm like, man, say what you trying to tell me, what you got to say. And it just, he a partner, so I ain't want Kevin,
Yeah.
it was Kevin.
Man, if you on the phone with Kevin, bro, you ain't getting off the phone less than 2 hours,
Man,
bro.
I'm sitting here like, Kevin, please, bro. I don't want to fuck him up, because he is my boy. I love him to death. But
Yeah.
goddamn, I'm trying to get to the show at the same time. Oh,
Boy,
shit.
Kevin be up in the mix for real. Hey, bro, that's why I was. One day I was on a live. No Aton see me. I was on there, man. My cousin called me, boy. I was on there for like 2.5 hours, bro. And that's my older cousin, so I couldn't. Man, I had to let him talk, bro. I couldn't even talk, bro.
Yeah, you can't do them people like that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he was little cousin me that time. He pulled the little cousin card on me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, little cousin, let me talk, little cousin. I was like, all right, big cousin, man. I was like, dang, boy, I'm on 50 years. I'm still getting a little cuz about this joint, man. The fuck?
Yeah.
That don't never change, man.
Yeah, yo, my elder, you know how the elder car, they older than you, bro. They be trying, man. They be like, no, good. I be like, man, I can't even say nothing, bro. They be wrong as a mug, bro. Yeah, Nadi, yeah, we go there, Nadi. What you gotta say, bro?
I don't know. I don't even know what the damn subject about, man. I missed the goddamn show.
Hey, man, we ain't gonna go all the way back. Hey, look,
He said we ain't going. You ain't gotta go all the way back, Harry. You know I got love for you. Whatever you got going on, I know it's 100.
Hey, man, we just talking about get creative. Just getting creative with the process. Even in situations like that, like the young brother got himself into, Carmelo Anthony, and so on and so forth. There's remedy in there still, based on the fact that we know how they're operating. And I pretty much went to that
He wouldn't
state
even be in jail right now.
combo. Huh?
He wouldn't even be in jail if he had a trust and he was CID and GSA bonded, bro. He wouldn't even be in
Hey,
jail.
Sister Glover up here, bro, brought up a real brilliant. She was like, man, he should sue his parents, bro.
For what? God damn,
He was
that's kind of abrasive, isn't it?
nah, bro. You got
that got
see,
me
that's why
too, bro. I was
you
like,
had
hey,
to be here,
that's
Nadi.
kind of brilliant.
Yeah, Nadi, you had to be here, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, I was like, oh, that joint will work. I had to think about it for a minute, and then I was like, dang, that's actually brilliant. I'm telling you, not yo. Listen, he shouldn't have got no 35, bro. That means his parents turned him over to the state, bro. They must have signed something. They had to sign something to turn him over, bro. Giving them to try him as an adult because his parents had already made him a ward of the state, bro. That's the only way he would have got that many years and got incarcerated.
He was
Because
a
your
ward of,
parents,
he was a ward of the state by just being in them schoolhouses and shit. You gotta remember that when you at that school, they acting as parental.
I got you, Naughty, but listen, this is what I'm trying to say. The strategy is that they don't want to put that. See, when you do that, that's going to open up a rabbit's hole that they don't want on the record. I know what you're saying, but the whole point is, you know how it is. When you get them backs against the wall and they say, and they know they want to let this case go because they don't want that a part of the record, and all of a sudden, mysteriously, magically, stuff gets thrown out of court. You see what I'm saying? You know how they are. They don't want that on the record. That all that stuff you're saying, I know what you're saying, but they don't want that to be known that he was already awarded through the state, through the school. You feel me? It's always the parents, especially if they're under 18. You don't get emancipated till after you turn 18. That's the story they're trying to give everybody out here. But we know better.
You had to be there, Naughty. That thing.
Yeah,
that
Naughty.
You had to be there. It was kind of creative.
Yeah.
Look, he didn't fell off again. Yeah, you had to be there, Naughty.
Yeah, bro, you had to be there, man. This is a good one, bro. Definitely listen to this one back. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to some stuff, bro.
Not to have to go look it up.
Gotta go look it up.
Look it up. I told Naughty he need to put that on his shirt, bro. Copyright that, Naughty. Look it up. I'll buy me a shirt. Look it up shirt, man.
Hey, let's get it done, Naughty. Send them over. I'll market them right here. Look it up.
Look it up.
Hey,
I know. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, man. But look, hey, I'm on this. Like I'm going because it's fresh. We're gonna be on this. We're gonna get this going. I mean, I'm gonna get creative on these remedies, you know, and I'm just pulling it. I mean, once you get to the repair and restore aspect of it, I mean, they operating in that field all day long. They just ain't, and they ain't telling us, and they using these pirates to get it done. Yeah.
Yep, all under maritime law right here, bro. The good old maritime admiralty law.
All right, give us your spiel, Naughty. You got the flow. You got 5 minutes, man.
On what, though? I don't know. On what? Spill on what?
Let's talk. Let's talk remedy, and let's get creative with repair, restore, recoupment, repair, restore, all the R's. What do you think that young man can actually do in order to get something done? You know what I'm saying?
Right now?
On the civil side, yeah, on the civil side.
On the civil side, I
And
really think
using bond and the bonding code and bonding.
I think he need to wait till the appeal. He got to get the shit off of him. What's going on here? What's going on, Walty? What they got going?
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll park up somewhere.
Yes, sir. And then my mama.
Yeah.
That's
All right. I guess Darnell got killed. Goddamn. But damn, Darnell was a pretty good known dude. Shit. But I actually think he should wait till the appeal process. before he tried to put in any recoupment. Mic check.
So what appeal does he have? What appeal does he have? Not within the little box. We talking about
Yeah,
what
what I
appeal?
told you the other day.
I don't remember. Tell me again.
By the acquaintance of the judge with the DA and his father. You seen that picture of his dad, the judge and the DA?
Mm-mm.
They got a picture with all three of them together, another male and a woman with a glass of liquor in her hand, like they was at a restaurant or having a dinner together.
What I tell y'all? What did I say earlier?
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like, what I just said this. Go ahead, Nadi.
Yeah, that alone is gonna be double jeopardy, on his case.
Yeah, conflict of interest.
Yeah, that judge had no business not recusing himself off of that case. So that in itself is going to be grounds of appeal, and he's going to win on that appeal because there's evidence that they know each other prior to the hearing. In a cordial account, not as a professional acquaintance, but it's cordial, and
So
that's fucked up. The daddy of the boys.
You used to live in Texas, so what's the rules down there? I know you file cases down there. You familiar with Texas, ain't you?
Yeah, rules for what account though?
Like far as stand your ground, defending yourself, things like that.
Yeah, but in any self-defense law, you got to try to make an attempt to flee for it to be actually self-defense. That's all the way around the world. Got to make some attempt to get away. He do have an upper hand by the two boys being twice his size, but they didn't fight that in that court case. So the only thing left now is for his appeal and to fight on the appeal about the jury for one, because the jury was a makeup of his peers. It was actually what's that shit called? Damn, I can't remember the name of it. But it's a certain terminology you can use about the jury. But that jury thing might be kind of hard for him to do an appeal because just because it was all white people and 40 to 50 years of age, his lawyer and him agreed to the jury selection. So that might be a harder account unless they did choose some melanated people and the judge wouldn't allow them people to be on the act as a jury for the trial. Now that in itself can help him, but he have to show that the judge denied his ability to use who he needed to use.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, that's the peremptory thing, right? Yeah, that's the peremptory thing. Maybe that the DA probably perempted them out because when you selecting jury, you can perempt people out for no reason. Him, her, out. You know what I'm saying? They got to go. You don't need no reason. But even then, what you're saying is the judge can still overrule that and say, no, they got to stay because it's going to seem like it's a partial jury. Yeah. Now let's get back to the let's get back to the well, let me say this, and then even in the selection process, if his own attorney pretty much coerced the parents into agreeing to that jury and say, oh well, we still it ain't gonna make a difference. We got to, or something like that. Now, that's ineffective counsel on that part. So, all right. So let's get back. Let's get back to the. Let's get back because the main focus is that that judge and that district attorney. So let's get back to that.
Okay, so anything outside of what I just said? What other question is it?
So okay, so being able to put that into the case, what does that fall up under? What does that fall up under? Meaning, if you're appealing, right? So that when you're appealing something to the next level, being that it's a jury trial, how can you present that to the next level on appeal?
Double jeopardy on your appeal. You filing for double jeopardy because the acquaintance of the attorney and the prosecuting attorney and the judge, the prosecuting attorney, and the plaintiff.
How does double jeopardy apply to that? I've never heard it like that before. How does double jeopardy apply?
Because either way it go, you have no assistance in protecting your rights or anything of that sort dealing with the law.
There we go. All right, for sure. There we go.
Judge actually supposed to be there to protect your rights, but when he moving with the DA in coherence with that, the process, yeah, that's double jeopardy. You ain't got nowhere to go to seek justice or to seek fairness under the letter of the law.
So that falls in the place of discretion. He used his discretion to violate his due process, his rights versus protecting them.
I guess you can say he uses discretion. He didn't use any discretion.
Oh, you saying he didn't use no discretion?
Wow,
that's worse.
Yeah, that falls up under negligence, on the bench. There's a couple of shit that falls up under. I just have to look some shit up. But he got a pretty strong case with that. Just that alone, they end up throwing that shit out.
All right. So under those,
and also the way that the
yeah, somebody was talking to him. He muted up, so give him a second. What's going on? Get back. Hey, your 5 minutes still running, Nutty. I got to be able to clip some of these things. Cause y'all dropped a lot of bombs. I got to be able to clip these things. Things gonna be nice.
Heavy hitters. Bless up to you guys. What up, Coach?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Well, we got
Y'all dissecting it for sure.
Okay. What else I was going to tell you is, the venue. Okay, so another case, tampering with evidence. It was tampering with evidence when the mom and the other brother, what's his name, Kevin or some shit like that. I forget his name. The surviving brother. They did a media interview immediately after the incident. And they got on the camera on that news film and gave their testimony of what happened. The boy did, and it was a one-sided testimony. So this was prior to the fucking trial. So that news media aired in that city before the jury selection was even considered. So that sends a sway to public opinion on a guilt prior to hearing any of the viable evidence. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, they tainted the jury.
Yeah. So that's I just called it out. Oh, that's tampering with evidence.
Yeah, because they did that on Fox News.
Yep.
They did that on Fox.
He got a lot that could save him. Everything they did was wrong. Everything.
Yeah, that's a good clip right there. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's what's up right there. Get back. What you got, brother? You gonna close this out? What's going on, brother?
Damn, I can't believe I missed the show.
Man. Yeah, this thing went in everywhere to every right place it needs to go. So it was on.
It happens to the best of us. I was in and out. I missed a lot. So like nonetheless was saying, I'm gonna have to go back and play this shit. You feel me? Play some shit back for sure.
All right. Well.
Yeah, I learned some stuff, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I learned some stuff.
Hey, Coach, I don't think they was ready for my letter today. I was about to have you pull this shit up, but like I said, I was in and out and shit. So, but shit,
I already looked at it. I sent you an email. Did you get it?
Okay. No, I'm finna look at it now. Good shot.
All right. Well, I'm gonna sit here until you get it. Well, take a look at it. Let me know you got it.
One sec, let me pull it up.
All right. Appreciate everybody coming up here. Hey, Glover. Always appreciate you coming up here. Great, powerful information. Nonetheless, you already know what time it is. Naughty, you as well. You got the young firekeeper up here. What's up?
Yeah, shit. If you finna wrap it up, I'll pull it up and have it ready for the next one for sure. But I can't find it. You said you emailed it, correct?
Yeah, I sent it to that same email you sent it to me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
Yo. All right. Well, appreciate y'all, brothers and sister coming up here. Everybody in the chat, appreciate you. All right, y'all. On the next one, I'll let y'all know. I'll shoot a text to you guys if I go live tomorrow. All right.
All right, that's what's up.
Word up.
One love, y'all.
All right.
Oneness, guys. Oneness. Later.
Right. All right, so all right, like I said, I'm gonna end off with these last two songs like we do. And when it's done, it is done. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully everybody got something with it. Hopefully you guys took notes. And hopefully you guys repost this. You know, when we get these clips together, you guys, send it out to certain people. They might want to get some information. Who knows how they'll feel about it? At the end of the day, we don't care how they feel about it. You know, they want that young man to be up out of there and not spend his whole adult life, his young adult and his adult life, where we can have a baby, a woman, or anything. A wife, Y'all better holla. Better tell these people to think outside the box. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think outside the box on this because they running a full gamut. And they doing that right in front of our faces and pretty much saying, what you gonna do about it? I don't know what K Glover doing. She's probably working, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you out the front door. You ain't gotta go. You gotta get the hell up out of the chair. All right, much love, K Glover here. We'll talk. All right. You know what it is. When it's done, it's done. Until then, we out.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
all of your assets, you have to protect it. To set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding feet. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I am not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. And history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors. And posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad. Cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. Monopoly with the bad. Tears don't fall from my eyes. Cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery. Damn.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron draw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket. the profit of rocket, then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks, reacting to acid, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community, hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke, you still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me, weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Clutch, baby, infinite.